Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning. So let me open today's sequence and I'll tell you what is it we are going to do today. So as I mentioned yesterday, we are definitely going to start with collection framework. And for the next 2-3 days, we are going to continue with that because it is a important topic and a lot of questions are asked regarding collection framework. So as I mentioned yesterday, the creating your own data structures and implementing data structure algorithm will be done in a separate module, um, separate what training. But here you are going to see what is Java offering you in a ready-made manner. And for important classes, two classes mainly, ArrayList and a hash map. I'll definitely tell you the internals and what is which are the best use cases for them. So before I start with any of today's topic, can you tell me how many of you have not yet completed? Like I said, I need an open feedback. Not yesterday's. Yesterday I had not given that optional assignment. I'm not counting. Day 8 weekend assignment not yet complete. Please tell me frankly. I'm counting here because that gives me. Uh, Pallav, I'm saying day 8 assignment. So does that mean that you have not completed it? You are in D8 revision. Okay. So one person, one honest one. Okay, two. I'm counting. So please tell me faster. Not yet. Okay. That's okay. I'm not like I just need it for my own feedback. Partially completed. Okay. Okay. Still doing D8. Fine, fine. Okay, so I can say that at least, I mean, max it is 50. I mean, I've not reached 50 yet, but yeah, so partially completed. So around 50, I have not yet completed. But today, what you are going to see is, or rather, today, what I'm going to insist on is, yes, of course, Darshan. Yes, it is getting complex. I'm not at all denying that. So here, today we will do it in the lab session. I will request you to do it in the reverse manner. That is, focus on today's concept first, and whatever I'll give you something to implement in our list, and then in the extra time or in the remaining lab time you can finish the assignment. And like I said, anytime you need any help, you can write to me or you can talk to any of the faculties, lab faculties, and get the help. So let me tell you what we are going to say. So we will start with the revision of nested class. I'll talk about another variety of a nested class, which is a statically nested class. Then I'm going to continue with why generics. I showed you the disadvantages of generics. And if you see, I had uploaded some day 8, no, yesterday was day 9 lab data. So there we had also drawn the memory picture of that holder. I'll revise that on our way. And then finally, we will convert the non-generic syntax into generic syntax. And then we will enter into collection framework. So let us not waste a single minute because I mean I need sufficient time so as to make every one of you comfortable in collection. So start with the revision. What is a nested class? A class which is declared within a another class. What is the point? Why we have nested classes? So for the better, uh, I would say this way: tight coupling between the classes, and you can impose composition between them. It also gives you better readability. Instead of looking for the classes, dependencies all over the place, it gives you better readability. And then there are so many advantages. So all those advantages we'll cover one by one. So you know that there are mainly two categories of uh, nested classes. So which are the main two categories? You can write in short form. Already I got it. Statically nested class. So one is the one which we covered was non-static nested class, which is also called as inner class, right? And the other category versus static nested class, which I will show you today. If you ask me importance wise, which is most important is this inner class. So at the intro, I mean, while introducing itself, I talked about it, and we also applied it for association, tighter coupling and all. Static nested classes are not that, I mean, that frequently used, but as a exam question or as a Java developer, you should know about that. So this is your another one. So which are the subcategories of your non-static nested class? You know that. So non-static nested class is basically, it can be method, local, inner class. That is again a specialty of an inner class, or it can be anonymous inner class. So I mean, on coming days, I'll be showing you all these things. So here, when I say a class can be declared within another class, or when we talk about method local inner class, it could be declared entire class definition can appear within a method that makes it method local, or entire inner class definition can appear in a single Java statement without you giving the name. So when you don't give the name to the class, who will end up giving the name to the class? Answer is Java compiler. So it could be, I mean, when I show you that, you will see here the entire class definition can be within a single Java statement. So now these are the basic categories. So now start. When I say inner class, what I mean is non-static nested class. So start telling me yes or no, or typical revision. Can inner class contain static and non-static members? So what it can contain only non-static members. So let me ask you one by one. Can it contain static methods? Answer is no. No static methods. I told you the reason already. Can it contain the static data members? No static non-final. That is not constant data members. But JDK A1.8 onwards, you can contain static and final. Just look at your yesterday's example and you'll know. So no static non-final data members. Can it contain the static initializer block? When we are saying no static context at all, so no static initializer block. Okay, so that is the given. And of course, it can contain non-static members anytime. I hope you are saying the same. Yes, absolutely. Next one. Can inner class contain, can inner class methods, which methods naturally? Non-static methods, access outer private members. What I forgot to write is directly. Directly means what? Without instantiating the outer class. Answer is yes. It can contain. So this is the why this happens in a minute. Yesterday I was showing you with the memory picture. Every inner class, I'll show it here also. Every inner class has a implicit access, has been given implicitly the outer classes, outer dot this. That is, it has the implicit access to outer classes current object reference. In 2 minutes, I'll show you the memory picture. Next one. Can outer class access inner's private members directly? Answer is no. I hope you said no. You said no, right? So here, and here, how it is accessible? You will have to create the instance of the inner class, create instance of the inner class, and then accessible. Even the private members, yesterday you saw, whatever you have questions, whatever questions you have, I have already given you that outer inner kind of example. Play with it and add your own questions. So can outer class access inner's private members directly? No, you'll have to create and then become accessible. Now, if you have, read this, how to access a non-static method. Okay, how to, am I bad English? How to access them. How to access them means the members of inner class. How to access the members of the inner class in the non-static method of the outer class. So tell me, I'll give you choices. Do you have to create, first option, outer class instance, second option, inner class instance, both or neither? Read the question carefully. What is it you'll have to do? Both is a wrong answer. Have I messed up? I said non-static method, guys. Non-static method of the outer class is already associated with outer class instance. So what is the only thing you have to create? So answer is by creating instance of inner class only. You got this? But if you are in the static method of the outer class, tell me, is static method associated with any object? No. That is why the method overriding is not possible with static. So here, if you want to do this, now your answer is both. So first, by creating, so I'll see this. So this has to be done here by creating instance of the outer and then inner class. Because you know, inner class are always enclosed, encapsulated within your outer class instance. So this is what we had seen with examples. And okay, so I've not written this, but you can answer me verbally. What will be the name of the inner class? Dot class file, outer dot, I'm so sorry, outer dollar inner. And how to access, so I'll just add one more. I thought of it. How to access method of, okay, visible method of. If you say private method, then no, you can't. Visible means accessible. Either it is default if you are in the same package or public or whatever. How to access visible method of the inner class. So, you know, you have to create the outer and inner instance. I don't want to repeat in English. I want to just have it in a Java. So suppose the name of the outer class is outer, any name. The dot is the separator for accessing, creating the reference. So outer dot inner in is equal to, now you have to create first the outer class instance with whatever constructors, then dot new inner class instance arguments, whatever constructor arguments. Dots are nothing but constructor arguments. And then you can call in dot method of the inner class. Are you getting this? Visible method of the inner class. Are we all clear? Okay. So now I just did something in the lab, but you know, we have to, everyone has to know about it. So give me a second. Day 8 lab data. Day 9, sorry. I'm still in day 8. So here, what was it? I think it was in the memory diagrams. So now it looks a little complicated, but it's not. So you remember, I'll just have to recall your memory, refresh your memory. We had a vehicle, and once the user purchases the vehicle, wants to purchase in that option, then we are assigning a delivery address to the vehicle. Okay, so those who were not with me yesterday, in my lab. So here, so this is your vehicle array of references. Then we have the array length, then the indices. Suppose the length was 100, indices run from 0 to 99. Initially filled with nulls, then storing the addresses. And what it contains is the address of these vehicle objects. So I think everyone would be clear with this first level. We have been saying it so many times. So this class pointer, what are these three objects? These are the instances of the vehicle class. So, you know, you have registration number, you have color, you have manufacturing date, etc. And you also have the delivery address. But since vehicles are just being manufactured, they are not yet purchased. So what will be the value of this address slot? Null. And do you remember? I hope you remember the code. I don't want to waste time. Today, we are a little time packed. So the point is, we had created a composition between vehicle has a delivery address. So just recall yesterday's code and tell me, can any third party code, when I say tester code, can a tester code create directly this address object? It's a Boolean question. Answer is no. So what is it that the tester will have to do? Tester will have to first have the vehicle instance in the memory with address slot null, and then you can create an address object which gets delivery address object, which is elsewhere in the heap, and its address will be stored. I mean, address means that reference will be stored in this slot. So now, after you come through that whatever purchase vehicle option, what will be the memory picture? See this. This is good. Good in the sense this is required. So what is the name of the class? Inner class which will get loaded in the method area. Outer dollar inner. So what was the name of the outer class? Vehicle. What is the name of the inner class? Delivery address. And this is the object. So don't think that even if I say tightly coupled and all, the two objects are together. Of course not. Objects are created separately. It is the association is decided by the reference. So I would say this CP pointing here, all fine. This city, state, zip code and phone, all fine. So city is again another reference to the string object, state another string, etc. But when we say blindly, inner classes can access outer classes members directly, you should have a question how or why. Answer is here. See this. In the body, not body, in the object, in the slot of your inner classes, what is it implicitly given is outer classes current object reference. So instead of making it such a big statement, I just call it as, not I, anyone calls it as outer dot this. Everyone knows this keyword is current object reference. So what is the meaning of outer dot this? Where it will be pointing to? It will refer to your outer class instance. And once you have been given this implicit reference or this reference implicitly, that is how your inner classes can directly access outer classes members. So, you should be drawing these kind of memory pictures, or at least looking at it to understand how does inner class look into the memory, seem in the memory. Is it clear? Okay. So definitely go through such things, and your understanding will be definitely better. There is a trick question people ask you, you have a duplicate variables, that is you declare counter, let's say outer, inner and method local. So I will give that as a ready-made code sample and we will take it in the lab. So going ahead with the revision today, I don't want to derail because, then the important points, important concepts, then I can't cover in a proper time, which should never happen. So this was all the revision part. Let us get started with statically nested class, the other variety. But is it as important, as often used as inner classes? Absolutely not. So, the major varieties are only two. One is non-static nested as an inner, and the last one, which is anonymous inner. So anonymous inner also was used heavily till Java 8. Java 8 changes the picture, it brings in functional programming. So even the usage of what? Anonymous inner class has reduced drastically. So please read about static nested class. I'll highlight. You read it and I'll explain line by line. I will write. Okay, so let me start let's start looking at it line by line. This is not really a nested class. Statically nested classes are not considered really truly as the inner classes. You know why? Because it's not associated with the, it is not tightly encapsulated. Nobody needs to create the enclosing class instance to what you say, to access them. That is why it is not really considered as a nested class, but it is rather considered as a static member of the outer class. So whatever rules you have learned for static members, same are applicable here. So this is your static nested class. Now focus on the rules, because that is what is asked in exams and all that. I will create a class immediately. A static class create, I'm sorry, what is allowed. So now statically nested class can contain both the members, static as well as non-static members, right? So it can contain both. 2 minutes, we will confirm. Now, because it is a statically nested class, listen to the question. If I want to access it, do I have to create the instance of the outer class? For accessing, no, not deprecated. They are not deprecated, Upinder. So answer is, can you access, okay, sorry, for accessing any static, non-static member of that statically nested class, you don't require outer class instance. You see that, I mean, I'm skipping 2-3 lines, but take a look at this. Suppose I have created, the names are the same, outer dot inner. Actually, they are not called as inner. For convenience sake, I've done that. So what you are doing is new. So tell me, which instance is getting created? Outer instance, inner instance, both are neither. Everyone can see. I'm not creating the outer class instance. All I'm creating is the inner instance. And that too is required to access non-static. Non-static means instance member of the inner class. Okay. So this is, it cannot access outer classes, non-static members directly. So it will have to create the object of the outer class, and then it is possible. But can it access the static member? Static can always access another static member. So that is possible. Okay. And how do you access any static member? You know that class name dot member name. And since it is just a exam objective, when I say exam objective, what I mean is it's an exam question, popular question. We may not use it practically. I'm just going to create an example for the completion of it, and we'll go ahead. So let me just write so that you can contrast, you can compare them with your earlier learned variety. So let's do that. So I'm just creating a new fresh project, day 10.1. And let me see if I can copy that, because then it has becomes easier. So I don't have to write so much then. Where is that day 10.1? I'll keep closing all these other projects shortly. So I'll refresh, sorry, refactor it as static nested class. So whenever you are revising day wise or any wise, you will know. The other one was non-static nested class. This is your statically nested class. And of course, it is on the copy, so I'll have to change it. So keep looking, or rather, let's discuss. So this outer class, I don't want to touch. Okay, so I'll just remove the parts. You can keep focusing. Outer class is an ordinary outer class which can contain static, non-static, static initializer block, a constructor, static method, and the whatever is new, I'll write. So now we are considering statically nested class. So first statement, again, since it is like a member of the outer class, it can have any access specifier. Okay. Only thing which it gets added is the static keyword. Is statically nested class really called as an inner class? No. So you can change the name also. So here, let's see. Yeah, it is no. I was thinking any question. Can it contain now non-final static members? 100% yes. Okay. So it can definitely contain. I'm just telling you the changes. So, it is easier with contrasting comparison. So this is possible. This is possible. I'm not made it final. So then, which is the best possible way to initialize the static data members? You know all these statements. Can I add a static initializer block to the statically nested class? Yes. All static context is allowed. Can it have the constructor to initialize its own instance variable? Yes. I hope you are clear. Even though this word is static, it can contain non-static members. So if anyone wants to access these non-static members, then inner classes or the inner instance is required, but you don't have to call the create the outers instance. Enclosing class instance is no longer required. So can this be used for composition? Absolutely not. There is no compulsion, there is no mandatory requirement that it should exist in the outer. So that is gone. Can it contain the static method? Very much yes. And here, it becomes easy. Can it contain non-static method? Yes, again. Okay. So, but there is a problem now. So let's, public static. Look at this. My return type was missing. Okay. So this is your allowed, not allowed. Now let's go quickly ahead and see what is accessible, what is not accessible and all that. So tell me, this is the static method of your inner class. So again, I have got same IJKL, you know that. So can you tell me what all I'll be able to access? Your choices are I, J, that is outers, and K and L. This is your static method. So try this. So here I'll say, just pick it up and you'll see your answer immediately. So from inners, static method. Obviously, I hope everyone understands static can only access. Exactly. So static can only access static. So here, see this. I. I is what? Instance. So it says cannot make a static reference to non-static field. So I'm removing that. And how about K? K is its own instance. So that is also not accessible. So I hope you are clear. So here from inner static method, like any other static method, you can access the outer static directly and its own static directly. Now, from the inner non-static method, how can you access the outers, outers what non-static? Because there is no outer dot this associated with it. So are you understanding why other G and L non-static can access static anytime? And because it is an instance method, it can access K also. So only thing which is not accessible is outers instance variable, because unlike that memory picture I showed you, there is no outer dot this which is implicitly given there. There is only outer classes reference. I mean, it's not an instance, outer class instance. I can just say outer dot and access it. So the point is from non-static, you can access JKL. So this tells you what non-static nested class do. Now let us go outer and confirm that. So what are we looking at? This is a non-static method of the outer class. So naturally I and J is possible. But now can it access? What I want to access is the inners member K and L. So if you say naturally, yesterday also you have seen, you will have, okay, you tell me. If you want, what do you think? If I say K and L, can I access them directly? Of course not. K means I'll have to create the inner class instance and do that. And how do you access any, static member? Class name dot member name. So see this. If I say K, L, both have issues, both fail. So how do I do this? First create the, if I want to access the static, how do you call static? Inner class name dot member name. So that is okay. But for accessing here, you'll have to create now inner in is equal to new inner something. Once you get a feel of static and non-static, this doesn't sound complex. Otherwise, it sounds horribly complex. And here I'll have to say in.k. Just remember that these inner classes are totally separate. Consider them as static members of the top level class. Top level means your outer class. Okay, so we are done here. Now tell me, this is a static method of the outer class. Same combinations I had taken yesterday so that you can contrast them. So tell me, if I want to access here, what is that? K and L, will I have to create outer class instance? Outer out is equal to absolutely not, because these non-static nested classes are not enclosed here at all. In short, the same code should work. Are you able to contrast? So you can change the value and all if you are testing anytime. So the only point you have to hold on to it is inner classes, actually inner classes, non-static nested class. You remember yesterday we had to create the outer class instance first, and then I could create the instance of an inner class. No such tight coupling here. So these, I think I have considered all the varieties. So all possible combinations I have taken. But when you import the code in lab, you might come out with 10 different questions. So that time we can have a even better discussion when the code is in front of you. Okay. So these are all possible, can do or cannot do and all that. And as usual, if I say here, the third party code means tester code. Okay. So now this part remains the same, outer dot inner. What is wrong in that is the inner class, not statically nested class, doesn't exist in the instance of it. So what is the syntax? Simply this much. So new outer, there's no new inner here. The syntax is here. So what is it we are doing? Whose instance is getting created here? Just the inner class instance, and treat it as a static member. So class name, of course there's a new, but this new is applicable for instantiating the inner class. Inner means non-static, statically nested class. So these are the changes. But like I said, don't spend too much time. Only treat it as a kind of, exam objective and all. Because practically speaking, to really bring in tight coupling, to really bring in that composition or tight association, all naturally we use non-static nested variety, which I had shown you yesterday. So this is your total contrast from non-static nested to statically nested. Some other time I'll take method local inner, which is bound only within a method. You can read this. I've just talked about it, but of course we will build an example. It's not just like we say and that's it. So when you say a method local inner, it has nothing to do with the statically nested class. The whole boundary is within the method. So read that. Spend less time on that. So read this, please. So you have a method. Within that method, you define the entire inner class. And if you, it's a method local inner means non-statically nested class. You can't make it static. So in that method itself, you will have to create the object of that class, instance of that class, and then use the members. So who all can use this method local class, inner class? I'll give you options. Only the method in which you have declared it or any method. I said, who all do you think can access it unless answer is only the current method, the one which is declared. So usage is less. And there is something like a, special variety called as anonymous inner class. Just read that. I am not taking examples. These two examples I'll take it a little later. All right, just you keep reading. So you will see that the entire definition of that anonymous inner class is within one single Java statement. When to use it? Wait for sorting in Java, wait for filtering in Java, and I mean so many applications we are going to do in your collection framework. So you can, if you want to override a method or multiple methods of the class, or if you want to implement the methods of the interface, instead of writing a separate class, you can inline. Inline means embed. Inline means merge entire class definition in a single Java statement. So there are typically two ways. When I take you there, you will understand more. Typically two ways of creating anonymous inner class. You can create anonymous inner class, that is nameless inner class, by extending from either abstract or your concrete superclass, or you can also do the same by implementing the interface. But like I said, anyway, we are going to come back to it. So today you just solve the ready-made code sample which we created just now for a statically nested class. These two varieties later. So one day I told you, because if I show you all four on a single day, all you will feel is lost. Okay, already people are finding it a little more complex than the first week, and which is bound to happen. So after that, if you recall, we had started with, I had started telling you about the generics. So anyone want, okay, what are generics? Generics in two words is parameterizing types or parameterized types. Guys, even if you can't finish finish the complete assignment, I can accept it, but at least go through those readmes. So when I start connecting it to yesterday, you will not feel lost. So I hope you have gone through that simple short readme regarding generics. So tell me, this generic syntax is nothing but your angle brackets. So something like this. When it was brought in the language is JDK 1.5 onwards. So that I'm not writing. But can you apply it to, tell me, classes, interfaces, methods, constructors, either of above, all of above? Answer is applicable at all of above. Applicable to, you have generic classes. The first one which I take, array list. So many. Yesterday we had written folder in a non-generic manner. Today I will create it, convert it into generic syntax. So classes, interfaces, you got generic methods, you got generic constructors. Constructor is a special form of method. So you can add this generic syntax. You will see the whole collection framework is full of generic syntax. So you have to understand why generics. Yes, anyone wants to tell me why generic syntax? Why we are learning generics? Yes, to provide exactly. So here we are this. Okay, let me ask you a simpler question first. This generic syntax is meant for whom? Compiler or JVM? Answer is Java compiler only. So to inform Java compiler, or to inform this about type safety, so that the type, so for what is the purpose? So that the type mismatch errors, which is the type mismatch error? Class cast exception. What else? Type mismatch errors are caught early. When I say early, what I mean is at the compile time. Okay. So typical question, typical answer. So in points, what are the 2 points? Why you are learning this generics? Because after using whatever methods, wherever you have generic syntax, it avoids, already somebody told me, avoids downcasting. There's no need of downcasting. You will see shortly. And the moment I say it is, you won't require downcasting, instance of checking is also gone. But who is implicitly doing all these? But casting has to be done. So those casts are automatically done by the compiler using the generic syntax. And there is a beautiful, mechanism called as type erasure. And you will see when I show you the type erasure, this generic information is only kept for informing the compiler. It won't be present. It won't be required for the JVM. So I don't want to say too many things and confuse you. Focus on the things, avoids downcasting, naturally avoids. There's no need for instance of checking when I'm not going to do the downcasting. And which is the other problem it avoids is, avoids your this thing, class cast exception, right? So for that, we are learning your generic syntax. So I just want to continue with what I said yesterday. Wait a second. So let me bring in the non-generic first. What was it? Where was it? Non-generic. So you have a look at it. We had spent some time in the lab yesterday. So you also, I mean, we had drawn the memory picture. So you have a look at it and then we'll go ahead. So start answering questions correctly. I mean, fast. Is this a generic class or is this a non-generic class? Pretty easy question. G or NG? Of course, it is a non-generic class. So non-generic is also called as raw type, where everything is considered. I mean, whatever you are achieving today with generic, earlier we used to achieve with the object type of reference. So also the people, different tutorials, different books, different authors use different word. So all are the same. So this is a non-generic or a raw or a pre-generic class. Okay. So here we had this requirement. Give me a holder which can hold anything. When I say hold anything, which can hold any type of the data, including primitive types and the reference types. So you know the famous statement, Java is not purely object-oriented, but object type of a reference. Can it refer to any primitive type? It's a yes or no. Of course, answer is yes. What makes it possible? The auto boxing and upcasting, right? And can it refer to any reference type such as scanner or customer or your delivery address? Of course, yes, is a relationship, inheritance. Okay, so here I have taken object type of reference. This is where we are initializing it to whatever user gives me, and I have just given the getter. Setter is not required for this example. So this is the basic code, simple code. Now then we talked about tester. So tell me, you have all the answers, so we'll not waste time. So even when I give this, there's no compiler error because these are two implicit conversions. One is autoboxing and the other one is upcasting, double to number to object. But anytime you want to access the data, what does it you have to do is, you have to do without generic syntax. This is non-generic, pre-generics. So we had to do the downcasting because how can object automatically, how can compiler downcast the object to double? So that much you had to do. So programmer is doing the explicit downcasting from object to double, and it is Java compiler which can do the auto unboxing. Okay, so it is a hassle, and forget the hassling part of it. You can make mistakes. So now the next one, what is this holder doing? This holder, oh, sorry. So now I had also drawn, because in the lab session we get a lot of time. So we had also drawn the memory picture of this. It is definitely worth seeing this. So in the day 9 lab data, which I had uploaded, you can check this. So here, so for your reference, I have kept this holder class here, holder code here, and I had kept this also. So focus. So when you say 10.34, it is not holding, it cannot hold. When you say it is an object type of reference, how can it hold just a primitive type? So if you are thinking it is primitive type, you are absolutely wrong. So first the object class gets loaded, holder class gets loaded, and which is the implicit conversion we said we'll have here? Auto boxing. Auto boxing means what? Primitive to wrapper. So which is the wrapper corresponding to this? Double. So double class also got loaded. Okay, string class we will discuss later. So see the memory picture. This I had drawn after h1 equal to h2. So imagine h1 is pointing to, mute yourself somebody please, pointing to first holder object. But what is the state of the holder? It is holding object type of reference. But this object type is only compile type. What is it really holding? What is it really referring to? A double. Is it a primitive double or wrapper double? P or W? Of course, wrapper double. So it is again an association. Holder has a double type of reference. So this is your double object. primitive, sorry, wrapper double. So naturally, that is when we showed double class getting loaded. And what does a wrapper hold? Wrapper just holds the primitive value. It's like a box around the primitive type. So this is that wrapper. And this reference points to this. So this is the memory output of, or rather memory picture of first line. And rest of the things, I mean, when you say accessing the value, you are accessing this value. So we had to do the downcasting from object to double, and double, I mean, wrapper to primitive was done, unboxing was done automatically. Now solve the next line. This was the earlier holder holding a double data. This is holding some string. So now how will you show the memory picture? In the moment you say string, string class has to be loaded. What I did not show here is the moment string class gets loaded, what gets loaded here in the heap? The constant string pool. Okay, literal string pool. You all know that. Today we are not there. So coming back to the point, this is your second holder containing the reference pointing to what? Your string object. And since it was all, what do you say, upcasting, string is an object. This works. But now see the, okay, and of course, whenever you want to get the reference, what did h2.getRef return you? Object. Is object a string? May or may not. So how can compiler allow this? So we had to do this downcasting. You will say that, okay, you are not doing instance of checking. Agreed. But that's a hassle. So here that is, downcasted to string, and you get that, you saw the data. You know it works. But now this is the killer. When I say h1 equal to h2, we should have got, I mean, if our compiler was smarter, it should have detected things. But why blame the compiler? It is us, we have not supplied enough information. So think like compiler. As far as compiler is concerned, what is the type of h1? Holder. You can see all this. h1 is just a pointer, reference to holder object. What is h2? Another holder. So where we have informed yet to the compiler, listen to the statement I'm making. h1 is the holder holding a double. So this parameterization, this type, parameterized types passing, we had not done. So you could fool, or we could fool the compiler. And of course, when you fool the compiler, you have to pay the price in the runtime. So coming back to the point, please. h1 equal to h2 means what? The h2's contents are copied into h1. What is h2 containing? Address of second holder. So now h1 also starts pointing there. Everyone super clear? So you have this object, these two objects rather, marked for garbage collection. There's nobody which is referring to it. But this now. So when you say now val equal to double h1 dot get reference, you could fool the compiler. This returns you object. Object can be downcasted to double because double is an object. But in the runtime, what is it h1 dot get ref? What is it h1 dot get ref? Not h1. h1 dot get ref pointing to some string. I mean string. And what is it you are trying to do here? You are trying to cast what into what? String to a double. And tell me, are they compatible or incompatible? Of course, incompatible. So what will you get on this line is nothing but your class cast exception. So those who are thinking that why she's not using instance of and all that, I'm telling you, with instance of checking, I can avoid all of this. All of this means class cast. But my whole point is, when you learn the generic syntax, you are making compiler intelligent, compiler informed. Actual type information, you are giving it to compiler. So none of this, neither downcasting nor class cast exception, you will have to face. So tell me honestly, openly, whatever, is this memory picture and whatever I said so far clear completely? Once you see the memory picture, things generally get clearer. Okay, so now let us look at our first topic of today. Let us convert this non-generic into generic, and let's see whether we can truly avoid all these problems. So I'll make a statement here. if you see your contents, they have given very less time, just an introduction to generics and all that. But at least I feel everyone should know how to create a generic class and more about it. Bounds, there are bounds in generics, upper bound, lower bound. So whatever is required for a, proper Java developer, at least the basic part, I'll be definitely taking. So see what I'm doing. I'm just copying this non-generic into another package, generic. So while revising, if you want to revise, first go through non-generic. If you have already done the revision, first thing is today, static nested class, spend 10 minutes, not more than that. And then immediately come to generic. And let me show you how to convert it into a generic syntax. So here. So the limitation or the restriction of generic syntax can only be applied to primitive types or reference types. Answer is reference types only. Okay. So create a holder class that can hold any data type. This statement is the same. But now the moment you say this is a generic class, along with the class declaration, open the angle brackets, and here you can use any letter. I can use A, I can use ABC, I can use anything. Typically people use T, and T is nothing but the type. So T implies the type. Okay, so type of the holder, type of the reference it can hold. So again, I'm repeating, there's nothing special about it. It is nothing but a placeholder. Okay. And like I said, I don't remember in theory or lab, will there be any class in actual Java libraries by the name T or U or V? Of course not. It is just a token. It's just a placeholder. So when you say you have made it parameterized, no more object types. With object, there are so many hassles, downcasting and all. So globally replace all occurrences of object by T. Okay. So see this, it becomes so easy to convert a non-generic class to the generic or the parameterized type. Are you looking at it? So here, the moment I call it as a generic class, along with the definition, I must have a parameterized type. Am I only restricted to one type? Absolutely not. So if I say I want a holder which can hold pair of references. So one reference type is T. There's no T, so you can think of it as string maybe. And one pair is of different type. So how do you do this? I'm just telling you. So that you don't think wrongly that okay, it is only restricted to one. So here, what is the next alphabet here? U, TUV. Is this. So you can declare here U. You can do that. And here I can have a pair of a holder which is holding a pair of references. So I can say ref2 and initialize it. I'm not getting there immediately because it is confusing to the beginner. But the point is, don't be surprised if you see multiple such generic types. Where you are going to see this mainly in a map. So, like your JSON. What is JSON? It's nothing a map of a key and value pairs. So we have actually map interface, and map interface is nothing but going to hold key and value. So you'll see K for key and V for value. Okay, you already know JSON, so you'll just see it is nothing but that. Coming back to point, so you can have multiple parameterized types as well. So let us be happy today with one parameterized type till we enter maps. So this is what the change. Now this is fine, but really writing the this thing, what is it called, tester, becomes really interesting. No, you can't allow. Yeah, it's not. What is the point, Sarthak? You should always think about the point. When you say T, you are declaring a type. So what is the point when you say T comma T? You're not you're defeating the purpose. So compiler will pick it up. Duplicate type parameter T. Okay. So if I read a question and if I think it is immediately I can take it, small question, I can answer that. Okay, but what is more than interesting is to see the changes in the tester. So give me a minute. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to keep the comments here. Okay, and the stuff we will write from scratch. So now you just take this as a question. Give me a holder class instance that can hold a double value. So I have written in Java, I'm sorry, in English, you translate it in Java. So here, the moment, see the beauty now. If I say control space, we are using the generic class syntax. Compiler understands. JDK 1.5 it understands. Generics was built in there. So now tell me, are you still going to keep it as T or are you going to replace it quickly? T or no T? Of course, you are going to replace it. So what will you be replacing it by? Lowercase double or uppercase double? I mean, primitive double or wrapper double? Wrapper classes, because generic types have to be of the reference type. Okay, so this is going to be double, and this part is the same, and right hand side is also the same. So now see something. When I say new holder, I am just using the control space, nothing else. Okay, new holder, and here again right hand side has this the type, and here I can say this again. So this is your first look at, some of you must be knowing this already, but this is telling you that are we using a non-generic holder or generic holder? Of course, generic holder holding double type of a reference. And this is where you are saying this is a holder of type double and this is the input value. But isn't it a pain? Isn't it a hassle for the programmer to type, even though the data type of RHS is same as LHS, typing it all the time becomes a hassle in fact. So in JDK 1.6 or 7, one of these versions, they have introduced a diamond operator. I'm not talking about diamond issue, which is, ambiguity. The shape of this diamond operator means, I'll say this, this implies, what does it imply? The type of the RHS. RHS means, right hand side is generic type, I should say. Otherwise, you'll not know which type I'm talking about. The generic, look at this. The generic type of RHS is inferred. Type inferencing. You do it all the time in JavaScript. So the deduced, the generic type of RHS is inferred from LHS. In simple English, type of RHS is same as type of LHS. If you have this situation, this condition, do you have to place the generic type on the RHS also? Answer is no. Compiler can deduce it automatically. So this is nothing but your diamond operator. Okay, so it reduces the code like anything. I mean that this. So now the important question. You remember something earlier? Give me a sec. Here, when I did this in a non-generic world, what was happening? First the upcasting. I'm so sorry. First the auto boxing followed by upcasting. So similar thing now I'm asking you. Can you tell me which are the implicit conversions here compiler is doing? Anyone wants to answer? Yes, which is the conversion which is happening here? Of course, there is a auto boxing. So what is that auto boxing going to take it to? Double to double. Now tell me, will there be any upcasting required to object? Will upcasting happen or not happen? Answer is absolutely not. This is what I mean when I say you have educated the compiler, you have enlightened the compiler, informed. You have already told compiler that it is a holder holding a double. So why would it go all the way to object? Okay, so auto boxing is the one it is required for the compiler because it knows all it can hold is a double value. So take a look at this. Anyone wants to tell me this? I have covered already in wrappers. So please, I hope people will answer this. Why there is a compiler error, guys? I hope you can answer that. Because small things, but important ones. So do you remember what is the conversion which happens here? Auto boxing. So primitive float to wrapper float, and wrapper float is not a double. You know that they are at the same level. So this kind of things will be a mistake. So we already said that. So let us not derail again. but you remember all such things and try to understand. Coming back, I hope people are clear. Now the first asset test, first confirmation test. If I say double data is equal to h1 dot get reference. You remember the method get reference. I've got a get h1 dot get reference. So after calling h1 dot get ref, will I need the downcasting? You remember we had to do the downcasting here from object to double. Will it be required or not required? 100% not required. That is why you are using generics. But how does it work? The moment you use this double, what will be globally replaced? What will be replaced by what? All occurrences of T will be globally replaced by what? Double. So here it is private double ref, double here, and mainly here also double. So from a wrapper double to primitive double is auto unboxing, which compiler can make. So there is no need of downcasting. Confirm, please. You can see that if you're writing parallelly with me, or if you can read this, get ref is no longer the object type because you have informed compiler. It is just a double type of a holder. So you can see that zero downcasting. And you will say what you are saying. I mean, we are just doing it once or twice. Wait for collection framework where you will have collection of references. And anytime you want to access a value, it becomes such a pain to do the instance of checking and then downcasting. So this is a huge, huge plus plus. So here, so what is it? Which is the conversion Java C is implicitly doing? Anyone? Here, what is the only conversion Java compiler has to do? I hope you know this. I mean, of course you know this. Auto unboxing, which is your double to double, because I have equated it to this. Are we 100% clear so far? Yes, you're right. So now let's do the same thing for another data type. You yourself can tell me. Create another holder. The moment I do what? Control space, IntelliSense, T. Now what will be all occurrences of T will be replaced by a string. String is a class. So string, let's say h2 and new. I'll show you a quick fix in the IDE where I don't have to scratch this. There's a small setting where you have to reset the defaults so that automatically it will allow diamond operator. And here, if I say strings, something. So anyone wants to tell me which is the implicit conversion compiler will do here? When compiler sees this, which is the implicit conversion compiler does? Answer is nothing. None. Why? Because you have already told compiler this is a holder holding a string. And what you are sorry. And what you are giving the compiler is a string. So why would compiler unnecessarily do anything? Auto boxing and all is required here for primitive to wrapper. Are you getting me? And you can't give lowercase double. You know why? It can accept is the reference type. So there no conversion. None means no implicit conversion. I hope people are clear. And if I say, for example, string s is equal to, now I don't want to waste time. Why there is no compiler error? Why there is no explicit downcasting? Same old statement. All occurrences of mute. Somebody is unmuted. Please mute yourself. All occurrences of T now are globally replaced by what? String. So what is it here? I already have a string here, right? So this makes sense. Now I mean, this is what I really call it as an acid test. If I say h1 equal to h2, after adding the semicolon, just look at this. This worked happily. This is called as fooling the compiler. I mean, I call it as fooling the compiler. So tell me, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? 100% compiler error. This is why you are learning. Sorry. This is why we are having generic syntax. So tell me, last point, and we'll move on to collection framework. So why compiler could be fooled here? Because as far as compiler was concerned, H1 and H2 were simply holders. And one holder is compatible with another holder. So what changed here? If you ask, I mean, if you see, if you think like compiler, if you are a compiler, H1 is a type. What is the type of H1? Holder holding a double. What is the type of H2? Holder holding a string. And those are not compatible to each other. So read it in the compiler's language. I mean, error. Type mismatch cannot convert simply from holder holding a string to holder holding a double. And this is what is the power of generics. So the moment your compiler does not allow. So what is it I was trying to say is type mismatch. This is type mismatch purely. Errors are detected by whom? By runtime or by compiler? Answer is by Java compiler. And this is the power of generics. Or this is why you will see collection framework completely consisting of generics. Are we somewhat clear? Yes, and you have Tushar, we have just stepped into generic world. Let me start with question mark, extends, and all those, super and all keywords, and you will see that yes. Okay, so Mrunal, okay, I'll answer you, Mrunal, but I'm not sure whether everyone else will get it. So listen to this. What she was asking is here, see, there are two types. One is holder holding a double, holder holding a string. If I talk in C++, it would have created two separate classes correspondingly, and that is what is a code bloat issue. Code bloating. Bloating is what? Too much of code, too many classes. But in Java, there is a beautiful process called as type erasure. What is that type erasure? I mean, I'll tell you in detail, showing the decompiler and all that, decompiled output and all. So this typing information, this generic information, Mrunal, is all wiped out. So when you say holder of double or when you say holder of string, which dot class file will be generated, guys? Will there be two different dot class files or will there be a single one? Answer that. Guess that. Answer is one. And I hope that is what I said. C++ ka templates versus Java generics. There is no code bloating. So let me make you a little more matured, little more advanced in generics. And sometime I'll show you type erasure. Type erasure is nothing. I mean, nothing means no. Of course, it is a powerful, but the meaning is simple. Your compiler, see the generics information was only meant for compiler. So in the dot class file, this generic information is erased. The word is erasure, and it is going to be actually replaced by the, I mean, then something different happens. In short, I don't want to go into too many details and confuse you. So this information is only kept in the, kept till the compilation. So whether it is a holder of double, holder of string, or some other holder, it is all going to get compiled to which class file? Holder.class. Are you clear? This one, Mrunal, you were asking a question. Are you clear here? So now yesterday somebody was asking me a question and I answered him in a wrong manner. So I have to correct my mistake. Wait a second. Huh? So there is a compiler error. Oh yeah, there is a, I was wondering. Yeah, so of course. So he was asking me, Surya, I guess. He was asking me about the int array. So let me correct my mistake. He was asking me whether you can pass a int array as a generic type, and I blindly said no. It's a wrong answer. Are you on the call, Surya?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so wait, let me just correct my statement, which I gave you wrongly yesterday. I'll just create another one. Others, if you get confused, you can leave it because we were having a specific conversation. So I have to give him a correct answer, not a wrong answer, like I gave yesterday. So that is why I was asking you what is your need and all that. Anyway, so here this will help others also. So stay focused. So can I create a holder holding a int? Simple question, simple answer. Everyone knows the answer. Tell me, yes or no? Possible or not possible? Of course, not possible. Why? Int is what? A primitive type. But what he was asking me is, can you create a holder? I mean, not a holder, he was asking me something else. But yes, can you create a generic type of array? Answer is yes, which I answered you wrongly this one. So here, because array is what? A reference type. Array is an object and it has a reference type of variable. So this was my mistake. So naturally, now let us, since we open the topic, let us finish it completely. So new holder, and you know, thanks to this diamond operator, I don't have to specify it. Anyone wants to tell me, including Surya naturally, what is it I can pass here? Any integer array. Integer array is different, int array is different, right? So here I can inline it if you want, or you can declare it separately. Everyone knows this dynamic initialization of array, and this can be. Okay, so this is possible. So I stand corrected my mistake. So this is very much possible. And if you say, for example, int array arr equal to h1 dot getref, and then you can use your whatever arrays dot toString, and you can use arr to display the contents. Okay, so in short, because int is right, of course, a primitive type, but int array, primitive array is a reference type of a variable, any array. So this is possible. This is very much possible. He had some other requirement, which he never explained it to me. That's a separate thing. But the point is, I should be clarifying.
No, no, ma'am. Actually, the thing was,
No, Surya, let's not have it here. Let's have it in the lab session. Because, you know, people get confused when we say more.
ma'am,
So
no, I was not having a different requirement. It was only this, but I was just confused that how can we do this with
Okay,
this
okay,
limited
okay,
time. That
okay.
was it.
Yeah. So now let me take his parallel question, the way I answered and which was wrong. So here, now I'm asking you, is it possible to create another holder which can have, what is it called? The integer. Integer means primitive type. Of course, yes. Not integer, single integer. That is too obvious. I'm talking about integer array. Answer is yes again. So here, new, what was that? Holder. See, this always helps you in exam and all, because people ask you all type of questions. So again, I'm wiping it out. And here, now see something, because you know, with one question, you can understand 10 different things. If I try to do this, see, what you get is a huge means red line and all, compiler error. Why it is so? Because int array and integer array are not the same. Are you understanding me? See, integer array is array of integer type of references. Int array is the value holder array. Okay, so this will never work because it is a solid incompatibility. But if you create it as integer array, you don't have to mix it with generics. You play with simple code. What is happening here implicitly? Anyone wants to tell me which is the implicit conversion Java will do? Java means, yeah, exactly. Java compiler will do auto boxing. So that is your into integer, and this will again work. Okay. So this is what I mean. Then I realized that okay, this is something wrong. And of course, you can do it in a, again, if you do it this way, just check this. I think people have got the point. So here, when I say ARR, oh, sorry. I was wondering why no error. Of course, the same mistake. Like how int array cannot be casted, cannot be assigned, cannot be equal to your integer array. Neither can this. So here you can have integer type of array, type of ARR2 maybe, and you can do this. So this was just a small diversion. So definitely the type, if you, the moment you have a type array, any type array, primitive type or a wrapper type, it can definitely be a candidate of a generic type. So I hope whatever I said is clear. In first, we have a single array object for generic. In second, we have multiple single array object. Multiple, no, this one, Surya, I object to your second point. So here, this is also So when you really draw the memory diagram, anyone wants to tell me, don't answer anything else. So you're including yourself. So here, if I write this line separately, how many objects will be created in the heap? There is 6 plus 1, 7
7.
objects. That is what I meant. So as long as we are clear. And here, if you write, only one array object gets created. Okay, so this is a holder of array of references. This is your array of primitive types. Okay, that's it. Let's not waste too much time. With this enough discussion, enter collection framework. So like I said, today, tomorrow, 2-3 days, next 2-3 days, we will not do anything else but collection framework programming. So let me open my help and get you there. So yeah. So we are entering. This is a, I would say exactly second half, but yeah, advanced half of core Java. So only topics remaining after this is, I mean, when I say only, they are individually huge. So collection, and once I do collection framework, I generally take functional programming in Java. You just have the introduction to functional programming, but I will cover something called as functional streams. Because anywhere you see the code written in modern Java, it is all full stream-based programming. So, which is also reactive programming and all that. Reactive programming is based on streams. Anyway, so then collection framework, functional programming, IO, and threads are the remaining topics of our core Java. And then somewhere after your database and all, we will resume with server side Java, web programming. So let's enter here and so answer the questions here. Typical questions asked. So what is the answer? Can we change the array size dynamically? Of course not. Array is a fixed size data structure. We have said it. We have worked mostly on the arrays. Is there any problem while inserting a new element? Of course, yes. You cannot insert the element and automatically the references or integer value do not get shifted down. You will have to create a copy, create another array with plus one size or whatever, and then you'll have, I mean, in short, inserting the element in the existing array is not possible. Deletion, you can say deleting, again, it doesn't shift the elements up. There is nothing of the sort here. So deleting whatever are the problems you face in insertion, opposite problems you face in deletion, not possible directly. We have created array for so many days. So are the elements sorted automatically? Of course not. Arrays simply follow the order of insertion, but the elements are not sorted as per ascending order or descending order or anything. And the last thing is, these are all the limitations, as I have said. Searching. Anytime you are searching for a particular key based, I mean, searching by a key, you have to attach for or for each traverse over the array for a particular key, and then you can search. So if you want to turn all these answers from no to yes, enter collection framework. So that is why. So why collection framework? All this collection framework gives you the dynamic data structures and ready-made implementation of so many algorithms. Okay, so one thing at a time. So read this. So when you say collection framework, it has two words. I mean, separately, if I want to describe it, when you talk about collection, collection is this. Collection is a collection of references only. Be it a list, be it a set, be it a map, be it a queue, or be it a deck. Deck is double-ended queue. Whatever you are learning, it is going to only hold the references as a singular unit, and the actual objects will be kept elsewhere. That is the reason, guys, for almost more than a week, or at least 6-7 days, we've been talking about array of references. So from array of references, migrating, porting to what do you say, growable collection of references becomes easy. And the easiest one to understand is the array list, which I'm going to start today. So coming back to point, collection is collection of objects or collection of references. Answer is collection of references. Actual objects will be stored elsewhere in the heap. So what is the meaning of a framework? So if you just ask me separately, in general, define framework or describe framework, framework is equal to ready-made implementation of standard patterns, standard design patterns. But when we are talking about your collection framework, which are the standard algorithms we are talking about is of course DSA, data structure algorithms. So it will allow you to create different type of data structures which have totally different what do you say, memory representations, time complexity, O factors, the time complexity, memory management, plus it is going to give you ready-made solution for your searching and sorting algorithms. So in your DSA course, data structure course, of course, you will be writing all type of sorting and all, sorting algorithms, I mean, merge sort, or it could be bubble sort, it could be any sort, insertion sort, anything. But here, what you are going to enjoy is there would be a ready-made method. There is a method collections.sort, or there is something called as a tree set, which is a sorted set, or a tree map, which is a sorted map, and that has already implemented the sorting algorithm. So this is what is the meaning of a collection framework. Read that. So collection framework encapsulates all these data structure algorithms, plus gives you different types of ready-made data structure. So that, what is the point? Programmer doesn't have to worry about implementing different collections and different algorithms. You get a ready-made implementation. But on the other hand, is your collection framework restrictive? Absolutely not. You will see when I take you ahead, there are some abstract classes it gives you. For example, you will see abstract collection, abstract list, abstract set, abstract map. And you know, abstract means what? The implementation is not there in most of the cases. So programmers can extend from these abstract classes and implement your own ideas. Okay, so it is extensive. I'm telling you, in most of the cases, you don't have to customize it because it is so rich. So whatever may be the requirement, you get the solution. But in case you need it, it allows you the further extension via abstract classes. So it is possible. So this is what is the first look at collection framework. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is I mean, this is all optional. I am not forcing you naturally. How can I force? But I would suggest keep a piece of paper or a page. Maybe at least, I mean, this is not the only thing we draw. We draw in a much deeper manner. But you know, generally I like to cover the summary diagram for collection framework. And am I going to draw the complete? Are we going to draw the complete diagram today? Of course not. I'll just talk about one hierarchy. We will expand on that. And then tomorrow we'll take different hierarchies and like this. Okay. So I'll tell you what to draw, not this, if at all you want to draw. This is just a skeleton. So start reading from in the bottoms up manner. Collection framework. What is the package? Where are all these APIs from the collection framework? They are in java.util. And then you will see there are sub packages, java.util.concurrent and all that for thread safe collections and all. So this is basic package. That is all we have. I mean, that is all we have in the contents mainly. So you can see that immediately. Collection framework is divided into two halves, two parts. One is collection and below, and the other one is map and below. Okay. So that is, you know, I'm just giving you basic points. Today you're looking at it for the first time, maybe. So what we have drawn here are all interfaces. I told you long back on the day of interfaces. Interfaces are super important. And this collection framework begins with so many interfaces. And then we will talk about implementation classes. Next question. So, okay, I mean, the first point was all these are interfaces. I've not even written a single implementation class yet. Are these generic interfaces or non-generic? Tell me, G or NG? Such a simple question. These are what? What are you looking at? Generic interfaces or non-generic? Of course, we are looking at generic interfaces. Are you understanding my question? So what do you understand by collection of E? Is there any E class actually in Java? Answer is no. But what E what do you say means is element. Like I said, T is for the type. They use E for E means element. This E type of references. So listen to my simple question and answer. If I replace E by employee, okay, simple employee class, ID name, salary types. If I say collection of employee, will your compiler, okay, let me have a proper this. Yeah, it is a token placeholder. So here, if I say collection E by replace it by employee, what does it mean? This collection, can it hold employee type of objects or employee type of references? Of course, employee type of references. Actual employee objects or their subtypes, manager, worker, sales manager, etc., will be elsewhere on the heap. But that is not important. The moment you educate the compiler that this particular is my employee type of collection, anytime you try to add, there is a method add, there is add all, etc. So the moment you try to add, I'll talk in example. Suppose C1 is the collection of employee. If I say C1 dot add new manager, compiler error or not error? I'll repeat the question again. Don't worry, I'm not going to just talk about it. We will solve it, but just to check your clarity, I'll repeat. C1 is a collection of type employee. And if I write a code, C1 dot add new means new instance, of course, manager. No compiler error. Why? Because manager is an employee. But tomorrow you go weird and you say C1 dot add new customer. Customer role and employee is different. Customer is not employee. Who will throw you out? Compiler will throw you out or JVM? Compiler error or runtime error? Of course, compile time error. Are you getting it? Type mismatch errors are caught early in the day during the compilation. And the beauty of it is, suppose I want to, retrieve, I want to get the element. So there is a, when I take you to list, there's a method get. So when I use get, what is it is going to return? Again, the type it will return is E as an employee. So will there be any downcasting required? Absolutely not. So that's a generics angle. Okay, so let me not waste time. Collection is the super interface. And you will shortly see it doesn't impose any specific behavior. So there won't be any concrete implementation classes. Everything we are going to draw. So just give me 2 minutes. What are these set and the list? Interface or a class? Interface. So what is this? Super interface or a sub interface? Of course, super interface. And these are the sub interfaces. Everyone understands super and sub. So here, list is the first one I generally start with because it is easier for a beginner. And then you will see there is a distinct difference. List allows you duplicate elements. Set does not allow you duplicates. So depending on your requirement, depending on your business requirement, data types you want to hold and all that, you can make a choice. Over time, you will understand. So here, list and set are sub interfaces. But this set is not containing the sorted elements. So anytime we want to apply the sorting, you have a sub interface. See this, sorted set, is a collection. Remember this hierarchy. I mean, you will remember automatically. So many times I'll be talking about it. So this sorted set is a sub interface, and here somewhere you'll see the implementation class in form of a tree set, which can store your sorted elements. And then okay, this is one part. But what is more than important is the map and below. Because you will see 99%, I'm saying 99%, guys, 99% of J2E data structures. Example, there is something called as HTTP servlet request, which encapsulates the request, the response. there's something called a session, HTTP session, or in Spring, there are so many models and redirect, I mean, flash maps and all. They are nothing but the map implementations. And which map implementation? Typically a hash map, which guarantees the constant time performance. So naturally, knowing what is more important to you, accordingly, I'll be spending more time on that. So coming back to the point, this is map of k comma v. Can you say this? I can't say k comma k like somebody else was asking. So k is what? Key type, and v is the value type, right? And then this map interface is extended by sorted map, which allows you to add the key value pairs in a sorted manner. So which sorted, what are the interfaces, all those things is a detail. So now, if you want, I'm making it not at all compulsory. See, I have got the final diagram already drawn. But if I show you the final diagram, you don't get the feel versus we drawing it from the scratch. So this is what I will start today, and we will complete it over the next 2-3 days. So what is it we are drawing? You can definitely think of drawing it. It will require, you'll require at least 1 or 2 pages, but that gives you complete summary of collection framework in real good details. So the title is Collection Framework Overview. Of course, there are separate readmes and the slides and all that, but this I feel is easiest way to learn collection framework. The moment you have the hierarchy in front of you, things become super simple. So, so I'm going to trace one half of it today. So here, what is it we start with? What is the super interface in one half? The left half I'm talking about is collection. Everyone knows that. But that is what in my formal slides I've drawn. But there is another very important interface. So let's start with that. So write it. This is the one which is called as iterable. The name of the interface is iterable, and it is not considered as the part of the collection framework. Anyway, we'll write it together. See the word iterable. Anything which can iterate over is iterable. So iterable, and you can iterable of type T, E, doesn't matter. And just identify I/F is interface. Is it considered, is it called as the, part of the collection framework? Of course not. Not a part of the collection framework. And then you will say why you are bothering us by writing it, because so many things people ask you, is set iterable? Can you just attach a for each and all that? So all these answers become easy. So it is not a part of the collection framework. The moment you say the interface has public static final data members as constants, and you have a public abstract methods. So today being your first day, I don't want to saturate you, so write the important method. In iterable interface, there is a method called as iterator, and you will see iterator is nothing but the cursor which can traverse over the collection. So note in points, I'm telling you from my own experience, becomes very easy to recap it later. So add this. Public and abstract are already there. So what is it returning? It returns you the instance of the iterator of type T. You can say type T, type E, whatever. And the method name is lowercase I. So don't get confused. If you are noting, note it properly. Otherwise, you don't have to write. I'm sharing all of this. So the important method, there are other methods such as for each and all, which we will cover later. So the important method is iterator. And here I'm saying something else. Okay. So let me phrase the proper statement. So here, implicit, I was looking for the word implicit iteration is nothing but your for each. That is why I've insisted every time use for each, because I wanted when I wanted you to understand it with collection framework. So listen to the statements. The iterable is a super interface below which I will draw your collection and the set and the list and all shortly. So is it considered as a complete standard part of the collection framework? Answer is no. But it gives you proper reference that, okay, from this, if it is extended, it has a method What is the name of the method? Lowercase iterator. What it returns? It returns another interface reference called as iterator, which we will draw horizontally later. And the implicit iterator or implicit iteration is nothing but your for each loop. So what does it mean? It means that, listen to this carefully, any class which has implemented iterable, and if you want to iterate over the elements, what I can do? I can either attach explicit iterator using this method, but if you don't want to explicitly attach the iterator, can I traverse through that collection using for each? 100% yes. That is the meaning of the first block. We will expand it using my readmes and all, but in writing the summary, I just want you to mention this much. Okay, because it is all points. The details will follow elsewhere. Now, this iterable is a super interface. And what is the sub interface of it? This is where we actually enter the collection framework. So one half is collection and below, other half is map and below. So note here properly, if you're writing that is, there's nothing like compulsory. So the sub interface. So note here, I'll later color it or something. I mean, highlight, you can draw the highlighters. So collection of E, typically it is, don't get confused. Somewhere she's writing T, somewhere she's writing E. It all means a placeholder. You can say ABC also. So collection of E, what is it? It is a sub interface. Tell me quickly, which is the keyword which we will have between collection and iterable? Extends or implements? I hope everyone is clear. Extends is the answer. So sub interface of iterable. So in simple word, is collection iterable? Of course, yes. Will you be able to traverse over the collection using it using what for each? 100% yes. That kind of clarity you get. So it is a sub interface of iterable, obviously. And here, this does not impose, or rather does not specify any particular behavior. So collection interface being the super interface, you know that. You know the whole inheritance, generalization to specialization. So we are still into generalized features. It does not specify any particular behavior. Means what? You could be confused. So let me explain with examples. I'm not writing it, just hear me. So when I say collection, does it mean or does it tell you that you are allowed to add the duplicates or not allowed? It doesn't say anything. Does it say that index-based operations are allowed or not? Answer is no. I mean, doesn't know. Doesn't, I mean, we don't know. May or may not. Does it say that it uses the contiguous memory location or, the nodes? I mean, something like your linked list. Answer is we don't know. So this is what I mean. It does not impose, it does not specify any specific, any particular or any specific behavior. And what is the impact of it is there are no concrete. What is concrete? Non-abstract. No, so that is the reason no concrete implementation classes. Unless until you have a specific behavior, how can you implement it? It is all abstract, it is all vague here. So which is the abstract implementation class you have? The name is abstract collection. But that's not worth writing. So collection interface does not have any non-abstract implementation classes. So then you should be asking me, what does it contain? So contains all general operations. Contains the contains the methods. I wanted to say methods for all general purpose. Again, it is vague. I've yet to talk in example. Till then, it is going to be sounding this general purpose operations. Ops is operation. Anyway, operations. Example always makes it better. So when you open collection interface, what is it you are going to find? What are the methods you're going to find there? So I'll start with the simplest, add. Okay. So always think in example. Suppose I have a collection C1 and if I say C1 dot add, what is it we are going to add? Object or the reference, everyone knows it's the reference. So if I say C1 dot add ref1, the reference gets added to the collection, but if does it get appended or added somewhere, that is not imposed, that is not specified. So add means adds the element reference. I'm going to show you another method, add all. So okay, what I'll do is I will give you the list and then I have a slide where I've written them actually, so I can show you that slide. So just note some of the methods. Add all is what? Simple. Bulk addition. You got two collections, C1 and C2. And if you say C1 dot add all C2, all the references from C2 are added into C1. Will it, what about duplicates? Cannot be said because I have to take you to the lower hierarchy, such as set and the list. There I can specify. So there is add all. Then you remember your famous method contains. Where have you seen this contains? Answer is in the string class. What is contains all about? Searching. You remember contains, we were searching a character sequence. So here you can search directly without writing the loop. Are you understanding me, guys? Without writing any for each or for or kind of loop, without those looping, this is the searching algorithm. And it is going to tell return boolean true if the element is found in the collection, otherwise false. And apply your common sense, apply your Java sense, logical sense, I said, rather than common sense. What do you think contains must be using internally? Contains is based on some internal API. Anyone wants to tell me? What do you think contains must be internally using, internally calling? I said that no. Iterator is attached, but what is that contains must be doing? Equals is the correct answer. Guys, Rahul, don't get mixed up. It is not about string. I could have collection of fruits. I could have collection of employees or your customers. I'm looking for a particular fruit or particular employee or a particular customer. That is why I gave you so much of practice yesterday in writing your own contains like stuff. So today you'll see the automatic things. Contains will be based on equals. Okay, next one. So next is what? So many. So there is a remove, which will remove the element. But can I really say when I remove, all the elements will be shifted up? Or is it just going to modify the pointers like in your linked list? Answer is cannot be said because we are still at a super tight. So let me not waste too much of your time just talking about it. Remove all. Then there is something called as retain all. Then there is something called as the size is empty and so many. Okay, so these are the various methods they have declared in the collection interface. Okay, and there are no concrete implementation classes of this because of the reason already said. So what is the reason? The reason being it doesn't impose any specific behavior. So that is the reason you won't find any concrete implementation classes. So, back this up. Like I said, if you don't want to write it is absolutely fine with me. So you of course we are going to write it or I'm going to share this on a daily basis. So coming back to my slides, this is what you will see in the collection interface. This I've already talked how you will implement your ideas. So let me just show you something. Yeah. So please read this. This is your collection of type E, E for element. No direct concrete implementation classes, but all you have is abstract implementation class and the sub interface and most basic general purpose operations you will have. So let me just ask you some of them, not all, because we waste time just talking vague. So these already I asked you. Oh, I did not cover this. Clear. It's a simple one. Suppose you have a collection of employees, and if I say C1 dot clear, tell me what do you think will happen? Clear operation will do what? Yes, please. Answer is it will remove all the elements from the underlying collection, reducing the size of the collection to 0. So what is the meaning of the size of the collection? Number of references in the collection is its size. And the capacity management is totally done by the JVM. Next one, contains, I told you already. So I will ask you something which is different. So if I use C1 dot contains all C2, when will it return true? Anyone wants to answer? Contains all. Just a second. Wait a second. Remove all also. No, remove all is different, Sonakshi. Give me 2 minutes. Yes. So it will return true if all the elements of C2 are also present in C1. Okay. So it is like a, super collection, superset and a subset in math theory, mathematical theory. So here, set theory, I'm saying. So if all the elements are present, then it will return true. So C1 could be contained. Let's talk an example. Suppose C1 is containing the reference of the integer references 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C2 is containing 1, 2, 3. So if I say C1 dot contains all C2, true or false? Of course true, because it contains all the elements as in C2. Equals and hash code work totally differently for different type of data structures. So leave them, because with hash set it will be different, with RLS it will be different. So currently we'll not discuss. This is super easy. When will it return true? If the size of the collection is, size of the collection is 0, it will return true. Tell me, is this method inherited or its own? Okay, inherited or new? Inherited. Inherited from which interface, guys? You have noted, or if not noted, at least you know which interface has it. Iterable. So inherited from iterable. Can I say collection is a iterable? Yes. So it inherits all the API. And one sub interface inherits from another one. All it inherits is the abstract method declaration. So you can see that. So actually, I'm coming to your question in a minute. Wait a second. When I say this, C1 dot remove, let's say element 1. So that element, if it is found, it will be removed and then it will return true. So now let me talk about her question. You have two collections. So C1 is containing the references of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C2 is containing 1, 2, 3. So now you can tell me, Sonakshi, when I say C1 dot remove all C2, what will be the elements in C1 left? So the removes the common elements. So 1, 2, 3 will be gone. I hope you are giving me correct answer. 4 and 5 will be remaining. Yeah, you are giving me correct answer. 180-degree opposite method is retain all. So it will retain only the common elements. So if I give you the same equation, same inputs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1, 2, 3. After retain all, C1 will contain 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be gone. Non-common elements will be gone. And lastly, sometimes, you might require to convert the collection to a fixed size array. A collection is a growable. So you might want to convert it for the purpose of efficiency. Fixed size array will be always faster than collection. So there are two methods. So tell me, the first one. First one is what? Generic or non-generic? G or NG? Of course, it is a non-generic one. The moment you say object and all, everyone knows that. So again, there is a confusion of, instance of checking, downcasting and all. So whenever we get time, whenever we start writing the code, this is the generic version. Meaning what? Suppose you are having collection of employees. I want to convert it to employee array. The method is toArray. So this is for the conversion. So conversion from what to what? Growable collections to fixed size array. So this is what was the, just a look at collection interface. So I've not written all the methods naturally, but you can always refer to the slides, and forget slides. Best is the Java docs. Now let me take you below. I hope everyone realizes till now there are no concrete implementation classes. So I've not written anything which is a, implementation class. Now branch it out. Branch it out means you have different hierarchies and different sub interfaces There are actually three. One is set, list, and a queue. So queue I will bring in later. The important ones are really list and the set. So if you want, you can, okay, first I will talk only about the list here. I'll not mention the package name. Other than iterable, whatever I'm discussing is all part of java.util. So let's talk about it. So I'm talking about list of type E. So what is it? It's a sub interface of collection. I don't have to really write this. The moment you draw it in the, sorry, this you know that, the hierarchy. So list. So now at least, are we talking about some specific features? 100% yes. So what are those specific features? So when you say list, list represents, what it represents is a order collection. It's a unordered collection is your set. So represents the ordered collection. What I mean by ordered collection is it remembers the order of insertion. Whenever you say there's an add method, you've seen that. So when you say add or add all and all, okay, add is simple. So it will remember the order of insertion definitely. Next question. If you have two lists, okay, one is having the references 1, 2, 3, 4, other one is having 2, 1, 3, 4. So will you consider, not you, will JVM consider these two lists as same list or different list? Answer is different because here the order is significant. What I meant by that is if you say L1 dot equals L2, what will it return? True or false? It will return false. Okay, so that is the first thing. Next important thing is list is the only collection which represents index-based operations. So add that. All this is like summary. Supports, because this helps a lot to a beginner because you feel scared in the initial part by looking at the vastness, so many classes, so many interfaces. If you have a summary diagram, you can definitely survive better. Anyway, supports index-based operations. You will see when I take you to your set or a map, it doesn't support any index-based operation. Next, will you be able to add duplicate elements in the list? Does it allow duplicates or doesn't allow duplicates? Answer is allows duplicates. As in, not duplicates, multiple occurrences. So if I create an integer list, I said integer, list of integers, I can say L1 dot add 10, L1 dot add 10, L1 dot add 10. I mean, duplicate, triplicate, multiple occurrences allows that. The last part which I'm saying is a typical exam question. I mean, not practical. What I mean is, will you be able to add the null type of reference in this? So allows null. Okay, means what? Immediately think in code that makes it lighter. If I say L1 dot add, L1 is suppose a list, L1 dot add null, compile time error, runtime error, answer is nothing. Okay, so it allows the null values also. So I think this tells you about the list. Order represents the ordered collection where the order is extremely significant, supports the index-based operations, allows duplicates, allows nulls. That is fine. I mean, it's just fine means just a summary I'm saying. Don't misinterpret me. So till now, if you see, we are still into the world of interfaces. What does it not allow? It does not allow. I'm just saying what it does not allow. So current context, I can't say anything. I can say something, but I'm not so much sure how much you will be clear. So the no. I'm still trying to answer you. And you know, because it's a good question. It doesn't allow you the constant time performance for searching because it is always a sequential searching. Okay, so if you are looking for constant time performance, you will have to learn something called as hashing based data structures. So that kind, you know, but it is little ahead of topic. So going ahead now, since list is the interface which imposes a specific functionality, are there any concrete implementation classes? Absolutely yes. And now we are talking about the three important concrete implementation classes, which are array list, linked list, vector. Okay. So are we going to go in all the possible details? Answer is no. Array list is the main one. Of course, I'll compare array list versus linked list because it is also a favorite question and you should know. But just note in points. Now I'm talking about the, see, I'll give the title here. What is it we are talking about is concrete list implementation classes. Okay. So, I mean, this is the title of this. This is what I'm discussing now. And what are they? So just mention now I'm coming to the classes as already mentioned. So noted, array list. This is your generic class. Array list, is a collection, is iterable. Then there is something called as linked list. In Java, we have a doubly linked list. All those details, pictures and all later. And then you have the legacy class, old class, vector. Okay. So these are the three different implementation classes, important implementation classes. So out of these three, we will end up using array list the most. In the advanced Java part, I'm saying when I talk about Hibernate and all those things, databases and all that, we will end up using array list max. But like I said, array list and vector, sorry, let me say properly. Array list and vector have the similar data structure. It's based on the array based data structure. So, but vector is a legacy class, old class, classic class. This inherently thread safe and all. Since I'm saying so many words, just mention it somewhere. The about thread safety, I'll detail it out in our multi-threading topic, the last topic in core Java. So here, just mention in words, is it inherently thread safe or thread unsafe? So inherently thread unsafe. Okay, thread unsafe means unsynchronized. But right, like I said, don't worry about what it is so early. So this is also, the linked list also is inherently thread unsafe, and this one is inherently thread safe. Inherently means implicitly. Okay, and you will see the impact of it. So when I say thread safe, it means it has inherent locks. So can you just guess smartly which one will be faster? I mean, okay, don't compare linked list and vector. They are totally two different data structures. Compare between array list and a vector. Which will be the faster one? Array list. Same things. String builder, string buffer. String buffer is inherently thread safe and classic as an old legacy. And we use string builder wherever possible. So wherever possible, we'll be using either array list or in some cases where there are dynamic insertions or too many deletions towards the beginning of the list, we will end up using linked list. But not together, not at this. I'll give you in detail array list versus linked list. And here I can also, I mean, then we will talk about which is the fitting data structure and all that. The O factor, order factor, I mean the timing complexity factor, everything we'll discuss. So what is it? So this is one hierarchy, and which is the other hierarchy we have is the set. See, are you understanding? Collection, see the whole, trace the whole hierarchy. Starts with iterable, but don't count iterable as a part of the collection framework. I've just drawn it for the purpose of reference. Then iterable extended by collection, collection extended by list, I said extend, and implemented by array list linked list vector. Okay, next one. Which is the hierarchy? This I'm not going to explore today, tomorrow, but I'm just I'm just saying that just note it. So the other interface, sub interface is set. Set is the other sub interface of collection. And tomorrow I'll tell you the more details about the set. The most distinguishing feature is it does not allow index-based operation, or since I'm talking about it, might as well. So it's a it is not a not an ordered collection. It doesn't maintain the order of insertion. There is one special class which maintains the order, but in general set is not an ordered collection. Okay. And does it support? Does not support index-based operations. I told you, list is the only data structure which allows you, does not support. And the main thing is why you choose set. Of course, there's a hashing algorithm and all involved, hash set and all. But the point is, it doesn't allow duplicates. So what happens is, when you add the duplicate, that we will see later when I actually take you to the hash set or linked hash set or whatever variety. So it does not allow duplicates. And here, does it allow null values? The answer is yes. Single null value allows null. When I say allows null, what I mean is create a set, something called as a hash set. And if you say hash set hs.add null, it will allow you the insertion. So these are the summary features. Like I said, today don't focus too much on it. That's tomorrow's topic after we do the basics today. And then, like how we have a list implementation class, set also imposes the concrete behavior, specific behavior. So of course you will have set implementation classes, and they are also three important varieties. Oh, sorry. So one of them is, I'm talking from set. So one is called as hash set. These I'm talking about. Now set implementation classes. I have a different slide where I'm only focusing on set. But today to give you big picture, one is hash set. The other one is called as linked hash set, which is actually, a subclass of a hash set. Linked hash set. I just create space because I need to write something else. A linked hash set. It is also a generic class. And so these are the things. And when I take you to sets, I will show you linked hash set is a hash set. So actually, let's not do this. Give me a second. I'll put it in a proper hierarchy. So that you don't get confused. So if you say a hash set is the moment you hear the word hash, everyone should have an idea that it internally uses a hashing algorithm. And that is what is the main unique selling feature of your hash set. So when I take you to hash set, I'll explain the hashing algorithm in Java and what are the methods, what is the contract, all those things we'll cover. So when you talk about hash set, what does it represent? This represents unordered. Or okay, I'll not confuse you too much. I'll just tell you verbally. Unordered and unsorted set means when you start adding the elements to the hash set, it doesn't remember the order of insertion. Neither it remembers the order of insertion, nor the elements are sorted. But when you come to a subclass, linked hash set is a hash set and it remembers the order of insertion. All these are details. I'm not expecting you to remember. When I come to sets, then I'll start expecting you to remember. Now set is the super. Okay, what are these guys? Are these the interfaces or implementation classes? I or C? You have to be clear. These are the implementation classes. Absolutely correct. Because you get mixed up initially in everything. Now I'm saying there is a sub interface. This I had drawn in my main slide, those PPTs. So here there is a sub interface called as sorted set. So what is a sorted set? Of course, E. I'm writing it here. It is a sub interface of set. Sorted set, is a collection, is iterable. All these statements will start making sense. I mean, after the break when we write the code and all that. Okay, so this is your sorted set, sub interface. And then there are so many sub interfaces called as navigable set and all that. And the most important implementation class here is something called as tree set. So in your data structure algorithm class, DSA, there you'll see the tree implementation or tree set implementation. But here I'll tell you, how to use it using the ready-made implementation form. Reset and just add a word here. This represents, so what does this represent? This represents a sorted set. Reset is a sorted set, and little later you will know, maybe tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, tomorrow you'll know that any sorting, anytime you say sorting in Java, there are two ways of sorting. Something called as natural ordering and something called as custom ordering. So you will see with those preset constructors and all that, you can sort the set as per the natural ordering also, as per the custom ordering also. So this is what it just, one half of collection framework. And I'm not drawing, I know I'm looking at time also. So here there is another half, separate half, parallel half, which is map and below. Okay, so then we'll talk about map, the what is it, hash map. There is a linked hash map. Maps and sets same, in so much same that hash set internally maintains the instance of a hash map. So hashing algorithm you just have to learn once. So I show it generally with hash set, and then I tell you what are the small changes in the hash set versus hash map. So coming back to the point, you have a map, but map is, okay, tell me, is map a collection? Yes or no? It's a Boolean question. Can I say map is a collection? Answer is absolutely not, because it is in a different hierarchy. Can I say map is a iterable? Answer is no. And the moment you say that, you should immediately understand that will you be able to attach an iterator or the for each loop to traverse through the map? Answer is no. So when I take you to the map, I'll tell you these are the limitations of the map. And of course, there are solutions. Wherever there is a limitation, there is a solution. So all of this and much more, we are going to do in collection framework. So of course, I'm stopping here for a break. And we will start by adding or by showing you the array list or the list specific implementation class. I'll tell you something little bit, not too much internals, because that you will anyway cover in your other class. But the point is, how does array list work, or how it is, created internally, and mainly the API part after the break. So let's have a break here and continue after the break. So anyone wants anything? Okay, so far wonderful. I'm so happy to see that. So the point is, this is just an overview, and we will get into the details shortly. So stop here. Stop. Sites. And then as per requirement, it will increase in the capacity. But okay, sorry. So I should ask you. So what will be the size and what will be the capacity? Size is again 0 and capacity is equal to whatever is the initial capacity user specified. I think we are clear. Now come to the third one. Guys, if you say that, are you going to read the Java docs? I'm not. I mean, I am actually. But the corresponding, there is a collections readme I'll share, and it already has the details wherever you require. I think I have covered it already. So the point is, now the third one, you have just started with the generic syntax, so don't tax yourself. I'm saying skip this question mark extends. Tomorrow sometime when you are settled, I will talk about it. What is question mark? What is that extends? What is that super, etc. So how will you read it? I'll tell you how to read it. Today read it as collection of E type of references. So I have a question for you. I should write it. Give me a second. This is the objective which we will start in a couple of minutes, but after preparing you. So I have a question. Wait a second. Okay, so this is your array list constructor. I'll say refer. I don't expect you to remember. All of you don't log in with the API docs. So refer to this array list constructor. I'm giving you this constructor. So like it is not a memory based question. It's a understanding based question. So it is public array list. And what it takes is, I told you, forget that question mark extends. Actual one is question mark extends. Today you ignore that. Just think of it as collection of type E and let's say something. Okay. So I have a question. When you talk about E's and T's and K's and V's or whatever, you don't understand a word. So this is my question. So what is the question I'm asking you is, if you want to create, okay, before that, sorry, I'm breaking myself. I mean, breaking the statement. Using this, can you tell me, when you use this constructor, can you tell me what will be the size? Sorry, two questions always, and what will be the capacity? Are you understanding my question? So the size is going to be, size is what? Size is number of references. So what does it mean? It is simply going to take the collection of references and copy it in the array list. So are we doing, guys, copy of objects or copy of references? I told you long back. Unless until I show you cloning, there's no copying object. So it is always the copy of references. So like somebody told me, so what it will be size? Whatever is the size of the collection. Sorry, right? And what will be the capacity? At least minimum as per to supply the size. And by the way, you don't have a capacity method to check the to check the current capacity. So this is JVM specific or JVM specified, you know. So capacity is always managed by the JVM. So now let me come to the question. If you want to create, this is empty array list or populated? Populated. Everyone understands empty means zero references. Populated means some references. Populated. What is it? If you want to create populated array list of employee. Okay, everyone understand this much of generics. If you want to create a populated array list of employees, what are suitable? Forget suitable, legal. What are the legal options? Okay. Today, I'm not asking you generic questions. Tomorrow, we'll spend at least half an hour to 1 hour in all those generic advanced things. So I'll give you choices. So are you clear with the question? I want to create a populated array list of employees. So what are the legal options for call? Call is what? For the input argument. Call is nothing but the input argument. So I'm giving you options. Give me a second. So suppose I have got another array list of employee. So can I give another array list of employee as the argument to populate a new array list? Tell me yes or no. Answer is yes. Okay. So now at least you have understood my question. Then LL is for linked list. Okay. It's too early maybe. Linked list. I'm saying of the employee type. I'm today not changing the generic type. Then I've got a vector. And you will see again, see, imagine vector of employee type. I'm not going to the super type or subtype today. Inheritance in generics tomorrow. What was that? HS is for hash set, linked hash set, tree set. And the 9 classes, I'll be talking only about 9 classes largely. And you have got a HM is hash map. Then is you what you got? Linked hash map. And there is something called as a tree map. So guys, wait, before you start answering, array list, linked list vector, hash set, linked hash set, tree set of the type employee. I have not written the type. Please assume type is employee, generic type is employee, and a hash map, linked hash map, and a tree map. So can you tell me, if you want to create a populated array list of employees, which of the following are the legal options? So now start answering. I will highlight legal or illegal. Tell me. Answer is legal. How are you answering? I hope not as a fluke. You have just a is a relationship. I told you long back, what is that called? Inheritance and polymorphism are used everywhere. So what is it you should ask yourself? Is array list a collection? 100% yes. Array list is a list, it's a collection. So can I have collection type of a reference referring to array list means what? Can I say collection C is equal to new array list? 100% yes. Anytime you feel lost, refer to our stack example. Could you say stack ref equal to new fixed stack? Yes, because fixed stack is a stack. Same is nothing else. So tell me, is this all legal? 100% yes. How about the next three? Hash set, linked hash set, tree set. Will they be legal or illegal? Legal, illegal means compiler error, no error. Answer is legal. And see how easy it is to solve. So guys, my beginners, my freshers, those who know, who they already know. I'm not worried about them. But the freshers, don't get scared by the, extensiveness or so many classes. Learn it in a proper manner. Collection framework also doesn't sound that difficult. Anyway, coming back to the point, tell me, legal or illegal? Completely legal. How do you answer this? Just one question. Are these set implementation classes? Is it a collection? Of course, yes. Hash set, linked hash set, tree set is a set, is a collection. So works fine. Why shouldn't? But what about the last one? I hope everyone knows it. The map does not extend from collection. So this will be illegal. So the answer is these are all legals. You see, it becomes so easy when you know the hierarchy. That is why I insisted make a one-page summary, two-page summary, and keep it in front of you. So these are all legal, 100%. And try doing this. Don't trust. Create some hash map or something, and you will see the whole code fails. Okay. This is what is your understanding about collection framework. First look at it. So first two constructor give you empty list. This is initial capacity of 10 or this is whatever. And this gives you the populated list, and populated from what? Populated from any collection. What's the meaning of any collection? Any list, any set. And of course, there is a rule. So, okay. So what is the rule? Question mark extends, you forget. Today it's not worth it. So these types, today you take it as of the employee type. Real answer is employee or subtype. But let's not go there. Let's go there tomorrow. So this is your first thing. So you have got enough information about array list constructors. So if you want, it is all you willing. If you want to make it really as a one-page summary, where if you want to refer to it, you have some reference here. So if I were you, I will maintain the constructors also. So I get the whole thing at a glance. So AL is for our list. So one is the default constructor. Size is 0. Capacity 10. I'm telling you, array list and hash map maximum used. So I'll be spending also maximum time on that. Next one is array list, and what you can supply is the capacity in initial capacity. So here it is still size equal to 0 and capacity is equal to whatever I should say here, init capacity, initial capacity, right? So capacity will be init capacity. You don't have to, like I said, your choice. And the third one which is taking is the collection C. And for this you have size is equal to size of the collection. And the capacity is as per the JVM specified by this. Okay, so this tells you these are the three different ways, three different constructors usable. Now, before we start solving a concrete assignment, concrete objective, I will solve one business scenario. You will solve the whole API will be the same. Methods will be same. Only the business objectives will be different. Business, what do you say? Data types will be different. So coming back to the point here, I can't start writing anything till I show you something more. So yeah. Okay. So let's just look at the iterator. I'll just check if there is a question. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, what is the conversation, Yogendra? Yeah, one of the like Upendra said very rightly, it is one of the favorite. That is why I'm trying to simplify, and I'm not at all asking you guys to remember it overnight. You are going to get 3 days, Actually, I just get, if you see your contents and day wise time, they just give me 2-3 hours, but I can't finish collect. Nobody can finish, forget I. So in 2-3 hours, so we will give at least 3 days we'll spend on that. Coming back, just look at this. Tell me, which of the following for the which of the following collections I can attach, which of the following types, data structures, I can attach an iterator. First choice is list implementation classes, set implementation classes, or map implementation classes. Everyone knows it. Tell me. Everything other than the map is iterable. And iterator, lowercase I, is the method declared in the iterable interface. So tomorrow, I don't know really, but I'll tell you more about iterator. That time I'll tell you there is a difference between iterator interface and enumeration. When I say enumeration, please don't get confused. I'm not talking about enum. There is an interface java.util.enumeration. So earlier people used to do that. Today we use iterators. And here is the main deal. So which are the three methods, important three methods, there are more also, which are part of iterator interface? Has next. So it will check to the next position of iterator. Is there any element? If the element exists, returns true, otherwise false. Next is a very interesting method that will, like your scanner.next, sc.next, it returns you, it fetches the element. So this will give you the element, whichever is at the iterator's next position. And you can also remove. But iterators is a topic by itself because it becomes very interesting to draw the memory picture. We will talk about iterator after we go a little bit ahead in the discussion. But just remember, iterator is a cursor which can go over the entire collection. I already talked about list interface. You can read those PPTs later, slides. Read this and I'll start asking you questions. These are the methods. Anytime, I'm anyway explaining. They are written in collections readme. But anywhere you feel confused, the only source, only reliable source is API docs. Anyway, I'll stay quiet. You just look at it. I'll start talking, asking one by one. So all these methods, what is common to all these methods? These are all index-based operations, position-oriented operations. So tell me, do you expect to find them in list, set, map, all of above, none of above, whatever? Answer is only in the list. Because in the entire collection framework, list is the only data structure which supports indexing. That way you remember. So you don't have to remember too much. Coming back, let's get to the point. Anyone wants to tell me? Just guess. If I say, suppose I have got a list L1, and if I say L1 dot add and some index and some element reference, what do you think will happen? What kind of operation? Will it append the data at the end? Of course not. I already got the answer. This is like an insert operation. So what it will do? It will insert the specified element at the specified index. So what will happen to those subsequent elements? Answer is list cannot tell you. But if I ask you about array list is nothing but based on arrays. Anyone wants to guess? If I show you in array list, if you insert an element in between, what will happen to the subsequent elements? Answer, they will be shifted right. Generally, we draw array list horizontally. So I'm using the word left and right, not top and bottom. I mean, above and below. So all the subsequent elements are shifted, right? That is indexes +1. Again, I'm saying, don't rely in the sense, don't just hear what I'm saying. Instead, read it from Java docs. So what was that method? Add. This is that add inherited from the collection, which will append the element to the end of the list. Whereas here is that insert operation, inserts the specified element at a particular position. If you click on it, I'm showing you the description of an array list. array list and linked list are totally different internally. So inserts this element means what? Read this carefully. This is done automatically, which wasn't happening in the day of arrays. Shifts all the subsequent elements to the right plus one. It just adds the plus one to the indices, and that is how it manages totally internally. Anytime you want to know more, just wait for 2 minutes. I'll show you how to read more. Coming back to the point, I hope this is clear. Next one. Okay, sorry, I'll just ask you. I can't resist a question. So if you read this from linked list, in linked list, if you insert the element in between, again, I don't know if everyone has the idea of linked list. Linked list is, guys, only the chain of nodes. Individual nodes could be anywhere in the memory. It's not occupied in the contiguous memory location. So if I insert the element at a specific position, does it have to shift all the subsequent elements? Absolutely not. There's nothing like subsequent. I mean, of course there is. It just adjusts the pointers. Okay, so this I can't take it verbally. So wait for linked list discussion later. Let me go ahead. But the point is, these are the methods from list interface. Whether you take array list or a linked list or vector, they would be implementing this, but in its own mind, in its own manner. Coming back, let's not waste too much time in talking. We have to solve also. We have to get hands-on also. Coming back, anyone wants to say, I'll tell you. L1 dot add all, let's say 0, index at 0 maybe, comma some collection. What it will do? It will insert all the references from specified collection at the specific index by shifting all the subsequent earlier elements. It's a bulk insertion. This is insert one element. This is insert all. Can everyone visualize it? Yes. So all the elements from the collection inserted. This is what is the winner for array list. Winner means O1 factor, constant time performance. If you know the index where your element is sitting, you remember your array list implements a special interface random access. It is nothing but an array. So in goes the index, out comes the element. So this will definitely guarantee O1 factor, constant order, constant time performance in array list. Read the description in linked list, it will suffer from ON factor. Coming back. So get is, what is get? Don't go by all the internals. Just survive the API today. Understand the API today. In goes the index and the element. Elements means the reference is returned. What if you supply the index which is out of range? What is the range, by the way? 0 to, tell me, size minus 1 or capacity minus 1, S or C? It's size minus 1. So if you go outside, you will get an index out of bounds exception. So, and if there is no element sitting at that index, it will return you null. You know, you can have nulls also. I'll repeat the statement. Anyway, I don't have to repeat. We'll test it. The moment you try to access it outside the size, exception is guaranteed. I hope you remember these two. Are you asking me a question? Yeah. So, okay, you are talking about Boolean. Yes. So let me take this. So here, why don't I give me a second? You know, best is, I feel best is always a Java docs, and you should also. I mean, that's the ultimate reference you can have. So just look at, somebody was asking add all. So here, read this. There is a meaning here. True if this list is changed as a result of the call. In short, if the elements are inserted, oh, sorry, not this one, my mistake, the overloaded one. Yeah, this is the one you were asking me. I mean, this is the one I had specified. So here, true, the answer is the same. If the elements are really inserted at the specified position, it will return true. If the elements could not be inserted for some reason, because of maybe the virtual memory, any reason, it will return you false. Most of the times, it returns you true, provided you have some data in the collection. So that was it. We'll use it, whatever you don't understand. Okay, so come back to this. Tell me, where have you seen these index of operations? In string class. So forget string class. Now we'll not again refer back, reference will not give. So when I say index of and last index of, what kind of operations are they? Are they insert, update, delete, search, sort? These are the things, your choices. What are they? Which type of operation? Of course, a searching. Yeah, reading is, I mean, okay, searching, mainly searching. So anyone wants to tell me, what will this method do? It will search for the first occurrence or the last occurrence of the element. First occurrence. Can there be multiple occurrences? Of course, yes, you are dealing in a list. List allows you duplicate, triplicate and all that. So it will return you the index of first occurrence of the match. Okay, so just, these are interesting things which you will actually use. So I can't not show you the Java docs. So here, read this. Or if the element is not found, if the whatever you are looking for, that key or whatever doesn't exist, it will return you -1. Same meaning. Earlier we were searching for substring. Today you are searching for element. But those who are, I mean, everyone should be a good observer. So I hope you can observe, is this a, what do you say, generic type, or is it a raw type? Of course, raw type. So why suddenly it is a raw type? See that others, you can see there are, I mean, there are others contains also, but you see these are all the generic types. Suddenly, when you see contains method, it is contains object O. Your index of object O, last index of object O. Anyone wants to answer that? Let me tell you the question. I said, why contains, remove, index of, last index of, the argument type is not E. E means generic. And why it is object? No, Pallav, it is not, nothing to do with this. Not really, Vipin. I'll just wait for half a second. Did you understand my question? I'm not sure whether my question is clear. I said, why the argument type is not E, E for element, and why it is object O? The answer is, I'm just checking whether I said that. Did you understand the question? I repeated this. Okay, you are off track. And of course, I mean, I expect nothing. Don't take it personally. Because all these searching operations and all these removals are internally based on equals. And everyone knows object classes equals method. What is the argument type? Public boolean equals. What is the argument? Object O. And that is the reason. So check this. You can check anything. Let's check index of. So this is the understanding which will definitely help you in the long run. So it returns the index of first occurrence, etc. More formally, it returns the lowest index I. That is the first occurrence. And I will show you when I go there. There is a special helper class called as objects. And that internally calls our supplied. Our supplied means what? If it is list of customer has to override equals to tell JVM how to test the equality. So in short, let me not go too deep on the very first day and scare you off. So all these methods, there are specific list of methods. And if you refer to my whatever notes or whatever, so here I have written exactly. So there are methods like contains, index of, last index of, and there is one method remove by object O. They are implemented, they are internally based on your classes equals method. And for the correct working, you have to take the same two steps which we took in yesterday's assignment. The other yesterday means weekend assignment. So let me come here and then I'll explain this. So just keep this point in the background that these methods are nothing but based upon our equals method. And because the equals method argument is object O, here also the argument type is object. So what will it return? First occurrence, index of first occurrence. Tell me fast because it's high time we start writing. What will this return, guys? It will return you the index of last occurrence. If the element is not found, returns -1. And which is the method it will internally call? equals. Next one. So now I showed you add. Now this is remove by index. So tell me. So what do anyone can guess? If I say list dot remove 10, what is 10? It's the index position. So after the element is removed, what will happen to the subsequent elements? Will they be shifted to right or left? Of course, left. And that means indices will be decremented by 1. So you can see everything is automatic. You are at a higher level of abstraction. Internally, ArrowList APIs or List API is doing it for you. The last one before we start solving, I showed you add all, etc. Searching. There is a replace operation. So what is this set? Set is nothing but overwrite or replace. Okay. So what it does, it replaces the element. Sorry. It replaces this element at the specific position by this new element. Okay. And it returns you the reference of the earlier element. So just give me a minute. I think I have messed up here. Give me a second here. I am just showing you set. Wait a second. So here, right. So I will, now it is a PDF, but anyway, I'll correct it. See this, I thought so. This is nothing to do with the contains, I mean, equals and all. So my mistake is I had written the return type as object. It is actually E. So correct it. So what it does, I'll just open this. I should change it. I should correct it. Anyway, so replaces the element at the specified position with the specified element. So this is your override replace. So which position? Index position. This is the new element. And what it returns is the old element existing. So read this. Index, the element to be stored, that is a new element. And what it returns is the earlier element which was sitting there in the current position. And of course, it will throw you index out of bounds exception if you supply the index which is outside the 0 and size. Okay, so that is what it is. So this is more than sufficient information to get us started. So enough of just talking about collection framework, and let's get real. So this is what we are going to do in the remaining time. I'm not at all promising that everything I can do today, impossible I mean, but at least let us get started. So here, read the objective. I don't have a bank account class. Of course, I will create it in a couple of minutes. So user wants us, okay, what is the given? What is the problem statement? I want to store the bank account details in a suitable dynamic data structure and test the, when I say API, I would start using the formal words, test the CRUD operations. What is CRUD? Create, retrieve, update, delete, and sorting and searching. That is all is in there in the collection framework. So in addition to that, searching and sorting. So this is today I'm showing you with our list, and tomorrow we'll be talking about set implementations and the map implementations and likewise. Okay, so now you'll start getting a feel of it. Till now it is all vague. We're just talking about it. So the first step will be, we'll have to create a, of course, 0th step will be creating those core classes. Here, listen to what I'm saying. Collection framework is anyway little bit a heavyweight topic. So don't mix two heavyweight topics together. Means what? Skip your validation rules. That is the reason I was telling you, don't tightly couple it with the tester. So if you see my today's assignment, I'm going to give you two options. Those who have completed basic customer class. Everyone knows the core class. You may or may not have finished the validation rules. I'm fine. So you can continue. Earlier you are working. You are giving me the different whatever requirements with array-based data structure. So today I'm going to tell you, give me certain requirements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types, but using the dynamic growable data structure. But some of you might be saying that I have not yet completed it fully. So I'm going to give you an alternate assignment. You do any of it. So I can tell you something like student, or something like what you say, some flight reservation. Okay, some flight data, something, some business data, and that you will put it in a suitable data structure. So whatever you like, you can take. Coming back to my point. So we will start by creating the empty data structure, and then we will start by creating the account, and we will display the contents, the suitable data structure. Today I've just shown you array list. So of course we will be dealing in array list today. And can I attach the for each to array list? You know that answer is yes. And what is that simple fact? Simple reason. Array list is iterable. And whatever is iterable, I can attach a for each. So let us solve only this much. And from there we'll grow to more things. Is the requirement clear? Is everyone clear? Whatever we are discussing. So let's get started. So here I don't want to, yeah, I'll create a fresh this. Definitely do spend some time. I know you do spend in revision, so you'll get a feel and then only attempt the assignment. And I'm giving you a sincere request. Don't keep, I would say this word wasting, but don't spend the lab time now in completing the pending work. Yesterday I had given you that. Okay, so today everyone is going to start solving the assignment with their individual lab faculties. So that, otherwise that lag or that gap between what I'm showing versus what you are trying will grow. If some of you are thinking that, but my basics are not clear and all, I'll say they will get clear. And in extra time, please continue with the pending work. Coming back. So what is the first thing I have to do? I have to first create a bank account class. Then only I can put it in the data structure and all. So let's create it in a simplest possible manner. So app or just to indicate that it is a core banking class, bank account. And I'm not at all saying that it will be super simple, but only thing today I will avoid is validation rules. But date and the whatever that enum and all will still continue with, so that you will have more and more practice. So coming to this, I'll have the account number, which is going to be nothing but the primary key, unique ID. What else we have? We can keep the what do you say? The account holder name, customer name. We can grow this. We can make this a full-fledged one. Initially simple. What else you have? You have the account type. But account types are fixed. So typically, whatever is the fixed state of constant, go for enum. So here I'll say account type. I'll create an enum in a minute. So just click on this, control 1. It will give you choices. So I want to create an enum of the account type. Suppose I'm having something like, maybe I'm allowing saving accounts, current accounts, or what is that? FD accounts, loan, dematerialized for your mutual funds and all that. So suppose these are the accounts my bank is supporting. Account type. Suppose I want to keep the date. All those things are there. So let's say date, java.util.date, account created on or creation date. No, what else I have? Okay, most important, balance. So I'll maintain the current balance, opening balance, current balance, whatever. So account number, account type, customer name, and the balance. This is sufficient to get us started. Account has everyone knows that KYC, know your client, know your customer. So that you can create it as a composition, aggregation, and you can again revisit your nested classes. All those things can come later. So now without wasting time, let me generate now. I don't want to waste time. Here, constructor. This is all. I expect everyone to be clear. If not, you definitely need more help. So talk to me separately then, if this part is unclear. And what is I wanted is toString. And now the same statements which I keep making. So the moment you have, unfortunately, see, I could have shown you the local date, Java 8 APIs. Okay, bank name, yes, of course. But what I will do is later we will have one bank having multiple bank accounts and we will add the one to many there or many to one there. So currently I'm restricting to this, but you can always add the IFSC code. You want to add? Okay, bank account has, every bank is represented by IFSC code. So you can always add the string IFSC code which you require for NEFTs, RT, I mean any transfers, right? So this will give you the bank's code, bank's unique code. Okay. So and I'll have to region. I did not see your prompt earlier. And let us generate this string. Okay, next. Now, since we are dealing with the dates, as I was saying, I have not yet shown you the Java 8 API. I will show you tomorrow maybe, but because looking at time. So still I'll require some formatter, some parser. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. So these things are repetitive. So they should not cause any confusion. So let me add. Somebody was asking me in the lab yesterday, does it matter really where I create this simple date format? Answer is no. But generally, we start writing from core classes, then custom exceptions, then validation rules or conversion mechanisms. I add it here. No other reason. I forgot static word. And I'm just adding a static initializer block, simple date format, and the pattern. Let me be simple. You can anytime replace it by any other pattern what you require. Okay, so simple date format instance is created. And as always, where is my creation date? If I say plus creation date, I'll get extra details, date.toString, time zone, which we definitely don't want. So which is the method to use is format. So what does this return? It returns your formatted date time string. So I think this is it. I've not even overridden the toString here. So whenever I say what is the account type, it will show me in uppercase. If you want to override and make it lowercase, you can always do that. So I think we are done with core. See, today the focus is not earlier topics. Focus is on collection framework and that too ArrayList part, one specific part. So now we are soon going to require, oh, sorry, this thing of me, stupid of me. When you say bank account, of course, you have to add the basic business logic methods. I totally forgot. So what business logic methods, what is it you require to operate upon this? You need to create account. So that account creation will be done by a constructor. So of course, you require withdraw, deposit, funds transfer, etc. So let me add that. So here, you can write it in 10 different ways. I'm keeping it simple. I mean, when I say 10 different ways, you can return the balance after deposition. I'm just saying this. So what is it I have? Sorry. I'm saying amount, right? And here, simple business logic, nothing great, plus equal to amount. Okay. For depositing, generally banks do not ask any questions. But if I say I want to do the withdraw, I'll write something. You tell me correct or wrong. Later, I'll make it more interesting. Unless and until you have attached a KYC, unless until your KYC is linked with your bank account, you can't operate. Something like this we can add over time. But focus on these things. Tell me, is it a correct means is it a realistic one or not real? This is wrong one. What is wrong about it? Yeah, credit and debit. This is a debiting part. No bank allows you to do any funds transfer. You will end up into negative balance and all. So what is it the banks have? It has the minimum balance condition. But checking against the minimum balance, will JVM understand it or will programmer? Programmer. So in case I do the withdraw, I should check after withdrawal if my balance is reaching the my as in bank's I mean account balance is reaching the lesser than minimum balance, and throw the exception accordingly. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Pretty simple. So this is like a validation. So again, even though I promised you no validation rules, I said input validation rule. But this much of it we have to write. So suspend here. I don't want to tightly couple any validation rule in the core classes. So you know the process. Do to spend some time, open my tester and revise thoroughly. I'll get it done as in one of the labs definitely. So here, let's create a utils. Soon you will have collection utils, IO utils, DB utils. Today we just have validation utils or validation rules, whatever. And here, let us maintain the minimum balance condition. It's all static methods. So all these statements I have made it, and I hope people are already, what do you say, already settled. So public static final, let's say double. Nobody asks for maximum balance these days. So anyway, any days rather, minimum balance. And as per the book, let us initialize from this. Earlier we had minimum speed and all that. So let's say my bank requires keeping the minimum balance. Later, if you have taken me seriously and you have read through that enum code, I can see the things, the assignment or the business logic becomes real, more and more real. You may require, you may say that, you means your bank may say that, is it a saving type of account? Okay, you need to maintain 5,000. Is it a current type of account? Okay, less, like 1,000. Minimum FD, maybe a 50,000, and why? Are you understanding what I'm saying? So can you easily associate the minimum balance? Instead of hard coding it here, can you associate it with the account type? 100% yes. Okay. So this is where, the assignment will get more and more real. So currently, again, I'm reminding you, focus is collection framework. I keep saying such things. So if anyone wants to try it right away, you can, add it in your logic. So coming back to this, nothing complex today. So let it be minimum balance 2,000 for any type of account. And here we will write our validation rule. So public static, and what is it we are saying? You can return. So let me return the validated balance public static double, so that I can use it later for creating the account also. Validate balance, and here I will give the balance to be validated. But now before have I written it correctly? Public static double, validate balance. Yeah, fine. So now I just have to do the checking. If balance is less than minimum balance, should I continue with the transaction or should I stop the transaction? Of course, I should stop. How do you alert? Throw the custom exception. So throw new, this is what? Account handling exception. I'll create a class in a minute. See, while writing, you don't do this way. You create a custom exception class and then go to validation utils. But here you can generate it with ID. So I'm just going along. So throw new account handling exception. And what you can say is insufficient funds, account overdrawn or some such thing. Anything which I say and is not clear, please stop me. Insufficient funds. This is sufficient. Enough. And of course, I don't have it. So just click on it and say control 1. So it will give you option, create a class, account handling exception. Click on that. Provided you understand, you can write your own custom exception classes. Once again, at the cost of repeating, you don't get always in technical interviews, you don't get IDs and all, but then they don't expect you to write such a big code also. They are more focused on the concept. But if you say, raise your hands and saying, I don't know how to write a custom exception, that is bad. So be there. So coming back to this, Is there a question coming up? I don't check this. You can directly write exception. Prachi, I won't, it's not like a sir versus me or anything. I mean, he must be having his own point. But what I'm saying is exception means typically the built-in exception. So even when I take you last topic, Spring Hibernate and all that, there also we will create custom exceptions to identify the business logic errors and throw it. That is the recommended one. So this is possible. See, anything is legal, but what is recommended? I'm just trying to explain. So coming back, custom exception. I'm going by all the standards, trying to maintain the standards, and I want it as a checked exception. So fine. And all you know is account handling exception and a string message. And here, okay, just takes you a minute. So why rely on built-in when you can build custom exceptions so easily? And everyone knows it. Java compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. So this makes it complete. Of course, not complete. If the control comes here, what does it mean? There are enough funds to continue with the transaction. So I'm simply returning return balance. You can also write it as void. Only thing I want you to do is check against the minimum funds. Okay. So everyone, I hope is clear with the simple validation rule. Let me go back to where we left. Now tell me, should I call this validation rule before withdrawal or after withdrawal? B or this? Yes, it is a before withdrawal naturally. So here, let us call same statements I keep making. What is it? It's a static method. How do you call static method? Everyone knows. Class name dot member name. Can I access it directly being a lazy programmer? Yes, of course. Import static. Fully qualified class name, which is utils, validation utils. I don't want minimum balance here. Simply a validate balance. And here I'll say validate balance. And here I'll give the what I'll give is you will tell me. What should I pass here? Argument. Tell me the argument, please. Yes, amount is wrong. Wrong.
Less.
Balance is wrong. Are you okay? You have 5,000. User you want to withdraw 400. So what is it you want? You want to validate balance minus amount. So what is it that is going to hit you or rather happen after this? So balance minus amount. Don't make such errors. So this is what you need to validate. I'll say 5,000 minus 400, 4,600. Is it going to reach into minimum funds? That is what you want to try. So naturally, balance minus amount. Now, you know the whole story. Here, you had told compiler, I'm not handling it, but my caller will handle. So where is the exception handling delegated to this? So there are two options. I can put a try catch or can I delegate it further? Answer yes or no. I said, can I delegate it further? Answer is of course yes. And we will have one error handling in that tester. So you say throws. I can say here throws, what was that? Account handling exception and satisfy the compiler. The last one, or okay, two more. I mean, at least some basic methods I should have. Otherwise, I can't write my objectives. Next one. Now the funds transfer. I want to transfer funds from this account. This means current. Current means current object reference to what? To your destination account. So public void. Because I'm saying throws and all, exceptions and all, you don't require any boolean. So transfer funds maybe. Anyone wants to tell me what should be the arguments for funds transfer here? Funds are always transferred from source account to destination. So what is it? So it will be destination account number and the what is it called, amount. But here, where are going to be our accounts stored? Think a little bit ahead of time. Our accounts are going to be stored in that account array list, some collection, and that is not here. So finding that account by the account number using some APIs, ready-made APIs, so many APIs, so many methods I discussed, will be done in the tester. And here I will directly get the destination account reference. I can write it the other way, but if I, sorry, what is it called? Why it is not giving me? One second. What's the name of the class? Yeah, bank account. I'll repeat the statement just in a minute. Bank account, destination. I'll repeat it in a minute. I said, if I had taken your suggestion, okay, what was your suggestion? You told me accept the account number. So if I take the account number, which is the third argument I have to pass. Tell me. I know you did not understand. That is why I'm repeating. You means you all. No, let's say this again. We're not going to actually doing the business via IFSC. I said, if you had passed the account number and amount, what else I had to pass? Array list of, no, Atharvan, this, we are shifted from array to array list, that entire database. Are you understanding it? I don't want to do that. I want separation. So who is going to take the source and destination account number and convert it or get me the actual references? The tester. Do we have to write the APIs, or is collection framework giving you the ready-made implementations? Collection framework. You just have to call it, use it smartly, sensibly, and your job will be done. So imagine somebody else is doing it for us, and then it becomes so easy. I don't have to search, I don't have to do anything. So yes, when I say transfer, what is the first operation we do? Is withdraw. So we already have the methods. So withdraw from what? Current account. So in short, this dot withdraw. Oh, sorry. This is something else. This dot withdraw and amount. Are you understanding? Reusing the APIs. We are reusing our own methods. If you want to drop this keyword, you know you can. Again, the same problem. It is delegating the exception handling to the caller. Continue the delegation. So I'm telling you, do spend at least half an hour or whatever minutes on this. Along with the array list, so many other things will be revisited. And once you do that, if this succeeds, what is it you want to do? Take that amount and put it in a destination part, deposit. So destination dot deposit amount. Okay. So that is it. And I think this is enough, because looking at time, otherwise I won't get any chance to show you about array list. So this is the simplest business logic I could think of. At least I have to write withdraw deposit. I'm going to add more, finding the simple interest, yearly interest, or whatever. But will expand that when required. So tell me honestly, openly, bluntly, whatever. The score class, it's enum. It's simple validation rule, which is just checking the minimum balance condition and the whatever your custom exception. Are we so far clear? Because this is the prerequisite. I can't write directly or tester. Okay. So 90% is clear. That itself is okay. Whatever 10% you do, definitely sort it out with me or with your lab faculty in the lab session. So now, what is the last class I have to write? What is remaining now? A tester. Okay. Yeah. So people are giving me the correct answer, 80%, 90%. That is what I appreciate. Even if it is 10%, I'll feel bad about it, no doubt, but at least tell me. So, later in the lab, we can open the discussion. So let's write a tester. So in the SRC tester, and what we are doing is basically test account list. Oh, sorry. I'll call it as, yeah, I can call it as tester. Anyway, I was going to call it as lists. So test account list. I hope by now you have settled on the the skeleton part. Skeleton part means what should be the outer, inner, all these structures, loops and all. I'll come to know immediately. Start dictating, start telling me what should be the outermost. Everyone knows that. It is nothing but your try with resources. Scanner. You keep the next answer ready by the time I reach there. Okay. Next one. What should I do inside? You have to do the initialization of the data structure. So tell me, array versus array list. Do I have to ask user question? What is the capacity? What are the number of accounts you want to create? Absolutely not required. It's a growable data structure. Everyone knows that. So you see, the code is going to be simpler, not complex. That is the whole idea, to get you to an advanced API where you slog less, JVM slogs more, or Java API slog more. So, which is the suitable data structure which I have currently told you is array list. So here, start by creating an array list. Okay. So it is immediately, it is a generic class, parameterized types and all. What will be E replaced by? Anyone? What type of references you want to store? Bank account. So it is the array list of bank account types. So let me call it as account list. Give the variable names properly. I keep looking at your code and I sometimes feel bad. What is this E and F and all those things? And here you have the constructor, new array list. And since it is a classroom example, we can start with the initial capacity of 10. You remember size is 0, initial capacity is 10. And do I have to mention the type on the RHS? Answer is not required. If it is same as LHS, you can omit it from the RHS. So you can visualize. The memory pictures will draw in the lab and of course it will be shared. So you can imagine that one single array list object is created sitting in the heap, of course after the array list class is loaded. And how many slots? We typically draw it horizontally. How many slots will be there? 10 slots. What will be those 10 slots filled with? Nulls. Okay, so one thing at a time. I was going to ask you the next question, but I'll hold it off. Capacity equal to 10. Initial capacity is 10. So if you attach same things I had talked a week ago on arrays, array of references. Today we are migrating to array list of references. So if I attach for each loop, first of all, can I use for each for array list? Yes, it is iterable. So for each, see the easy smooth transition. For each bank account A in account list. Okay, I'll say SOP A. What will be the output here? Tell me. What is the expected output here? I'm asking you the question. Okay, how many null values you expect to see? Account details of all account. Atharva, where we have added the accounts yet? Answer is there won't be a single output. Why? Because when you attach the whatever that for each traverse only to 0 to size minus 1. It does not span over the capacity. Are you getting me? It's a trick question. So see this, don't believe. And as you can see, there's nothing, there's no output here. Okay, you might be this. See, all these are the basic most things our list contains. And you'll see there's nothing which appears here. Are you understanding a trick question? What is the traversal? Is it going to traverse over size or capacity? Tell me, S or C, size. And since there are no elements yet, there is the size of 0, so it will show you in array days, it would have shown me 10 null values, right? But in array list, it shows me nothing. Okay, so this is your initial stuff. Go next. I still require my exit flag. Boolean exit equal to false. Answer the next question. Do I need to maintain a counter? Yes or no? It's a Boolean question. Do I do, we used to add a counter everywhere. Is counter required? Of course not required. Why we were requiring a counter? For boundary condition. It's a growable data structure, so why would you require? Once again, I'm saying you are writing a simpler and more powerful code today than your array days. So while this remains the same, so I'll finish it fast. While not exit, this is where you show the options, menu options, whatever you call it. And the first one is naturally create account. Okay, I'll start with simple ones. Next is display all. I'm trying to keep it similar to what you learned in arrays, and maybe the 10th option or 100 option. I mean, don't worry, you're not going to write 100 in between, is simply exit. You can say 0 or whatever. Okay, next one. Now, what is inside? You tell me, what should I have? What kind of a structure I should create inside? Quickly. That tells me how much you are comfortable. You are saying switch case, Ashish, wrong. If you say switch case here, and if you have a, what is it? If you have some errors in this, your entire code will abort. So here you will have a inner means nested, try and catch all. Okay. And here custom exception is an exception. So since we are debugging the code, all statements I'm repeating, you must be bored already. This, and if you don't want to get into that indefinite loop, read off the pending elements, pending tokens from the scanner till new line, right? And which is that method we always write is, if you take all this, take this care, you won't be suffering. See, I'll tell you, whenever you are after our core Java, ma'am will plan sometime your core Java lab exam. You are given 2 hours. I told you that you will have full access to your ID as well as Java docs. But when there is a pressure, you tend to make mistakes. So write that skeleton code tomorrow. Today doesn't seem possible. I'll show you. You can write, you can, populate this data structure with some sample data, test entire logic, and then bring in users and take the user input and test it. Of course, you will have the core Java lab exam based on all these earlier were just the prerequisites. And of course, you will be tested for collection and IO, or maybe collection IO and threads also. That will be the pattern, like that will be. So all core concepts are definitely required. On the above, on the top of that, you will be tested for your collection, IO, and threads. Okay. So you start preparing right from today. I'm giving you fair notice, fair warning. Anyway, inside, this is not meant to discourage you. This is meant to say that, okay, you are being challenged, and in interviews and all, you are much more challenged than that. Anyway, coming back to this, SC dot next end. And here, let me have just 2-3 cases to get us started. Case 3. So I do expect, I'll tell you what I expect from you, like how you can tell me your expectations from my side. I'll tell you my expectations. So by now, you should not have any difficulty in writing the skeleton code at least, and understanding, not just memorizing, not just mugging it up. Because I can change this and then the structure can collapse. But at least this much of confidence you should have. Now, let's not waste your time. So here, in case 1, where user wants to create account, open the new account. So user has given all the details to that bank account person, bank person, bank clerk or bank officer, whatever. And now we are doing the data entry. Again, the same question. Do I have to do any boundary condition checking? Yes or no? Of course not. So here, since anyway I have a method, you remember we have got a validate balance method. Currently, it is not as per the account type. That we will do some other time. But if I have the method, now you'll realize why I returned it as double. So I can put it in one constructor and all that. I don't know how much you understood. Check this. Here, what I want to ask user is enter account details. And user doesn't know. User means the one who is entering may not know the sequence. So always write, where is my bank account? Always supply the sequence. I'll just copy this. All this part I expect everyone to understand, because we have done this kind of thing really multiple times. Sorry. And what else we have? The IFSC code. Have I given all that? Oh, this I got. This is, when you add quote within a quote. Balance. And I don't want this. IFSC. And this much. So I think we are good. Now, what is the next line? User has entered all the details. So let us create the bank account reference using the constructor which we have written. And let us try to add it. So next line, what should be the next line? I'll ask you something. Which is the method of ArrayList API you can use for creating the account? Which is the ArrayList API method you want me to use? I hope people are giving me answer. Add is the method. Absolutely. I already got the answer. Very good. So here what it will be? Account list. That's why we learned so much time I spent only in discussing API, and now it is generic. So it is going to allow you only the bank account. And tomorrow you expand my accounting scenario and you create a separate type, a subclass, saving account or a loan account or demat, even that will be allowed. So today, please focus on this and let's finish this fast. What is that? Account number. You will say why you are not generating account number system generated. The answer to that question is, I'll first repeat my question. I said, why I'm taking it and not generating it. I can generate a static ID generator and generate, but I want to sort. Currently, let it be unsorted data. So when I enter sorting, looks like tomorrow, you will see the sorted output. So that was the reason. Next one, customer name. Next. Now tell me, the next argument is customer type. Is customer type string or enum? Quickly, S or E. It's a revision of your enum. So, is there any way I can parse string into enum? Answer is yes. So, as per the good programming practices, we will write a separate one. I'll not do all the things which I showed you yesterday. So, let us parse this public static. What should be the return type here? What is the name of the enum today? Account type, I guess, right? Account, yeah, account type. And you can say convert. So later I can add the more validation rules, convert type or something. And what I will take inside is the string of account type. This is standard. Am I going to spend time again in accepting or catching the Java exception and rethrowing? Not today. We already did that yesterday. So let me be simple. Return. Now the account type. So you can even do the import static. Okay, forget. Let's not waste time. Account type. I was going to say import static and just write value of method. And you know the method value of and account type. And let us do the uppercasing in case user doesn't give me correctly. So tell me, if user chooses something invalid account type, which is the exception JVM will throw? Which is the exception? Illegal argument. And am I handling it here and rethrowing it as custom exception? Absolutely not. That is done already. So now let us use this here. So now I'll definitely use the import static. Import static. Whose static methods I want to call? Validation utils. So first give the fully qualified class name utils, validation utils. And I can see here, I want multiple such methods. So start. One is validate, that convert, one is validate, and all of that. So that is why I'm suggesting don't spend your time in completing earlier work. Even when you solve today's requirement, you are going to revisit all. So what was the next one? Simply convert type, sc.next. So answer that without feeling lost. What is this? It is the next token from the scanner. Then where does it go? It goes to our convert type method. Control click it. It will go here, convert it. Either it will successfully convert it or it will throw the exception. That's it. Next one. I want to do the parsing of the date. I have not shown you local date. So we will use our SDF. First, I will use the import static. It is pretty repetitive. form dot. You can choose the package here, which is the class in which we have added the simple date format. It's a bank account class, and you can simply say SDF because there's no other element. And here I can say which method to use. Everyone knows parse. In goes the string form of the date, out comes the parse date. Otherwise, throws the parse exception. Next one. So that is your balance. So tell me, can you open the account with any balance or it has to be above the minimum balance? Of course, minimum balance. And that is the reason I made the validated balance returning double. Okay. So can you see the same method I can use in 10 different scenarios? One was done for withdraw operation. One is doing for opening the account and it will be sc dot next double, right? I'll keep it everything in this. What was the last one? IFSC code. You later will make it really, I mean, much better than this, but at least the basic you should all clear. Basic should be clear. So I'll wait here for a minute. Tell me, other than array list add method, everything is same. Everything is already discussed. Clear or lost? Is the add method clear? I hope you are understanding. No hassle, no headache of maintaining the counter, checking the boundary condition. Let it all be managed by the JVM internally. So I hope people are finding it very similar to array of references. That is the reason I spent so much time. So here, next one. What is it I want to displace? um, bank account information. So I'll say bank accounts. Okay. So let's have that. So actually, we made a mess. Anyway, see, I'll tell you what I said. What suddenly I this. This is going to represent a bank account belonging to the same bank. Can one bank have multiple bank accounts? One too many? Yes. So ideally speaking, the IFSC code of all the bank accounts is going to be the same if you're talking about the same bank. So what I realized is I could have made it static also. But right now, like I said, that's not a real concern. But I just thought of it. And if you say, no, I have two banks and where I can give the flexibility to open the account in any bank, then this is perfectly fine. So now focus here. Can I use for each? You already know that. We have already seen it. So I have a simple question to ask you. You remember in array days, we had to add a null checking here. So tell me, is null checking required or not required here? Answer is not required unless and until you mess it up bad in the sense you add somewhere a null reference. But in a practical scenario, of course, we are not going to add any null references. So no null checking required. Okay. And here I'll simply toggle exit to true. And let us only check this much of a code to get us the confidence that things are working fine. So, or things are that easy. Okay, I got some compiler error somewhere. Where's the error? You see the error? Where is it? Um, somewhere I lost it. Which line it is?
Ma'am, line number 29.
29. Yeah. Thanks. Because I was not looking at it. I was not finding it. Thank you so much. Okay. So we are done, I guess. Yeah. So let me try running this. So you saw that there's nothing in this because the whole iteration goes from 0 to size minus 1. And here, create an account. So purposefully, I'm giving the random numbers, arbitrary, so that I can show you the effect of sorting tomorrow. Customer name, let's see, Rama. The account type she's choosing. You know all the rules, so I don't want to waste time. So suppose she wants to open a saving type of account. Account creation date, you will say why you are taking it. I can make it as date, new date. I just wanted to revisit the parsing part. So that is what the information. Currently, I'm not giving validation rule. Later, I can say dormant account. Sorry. The account should be opened in the current financial year or till last year's 5 years. All those will come under validation. So suppose I've just recently opened the account account balance minimum condition is, so 2000. So I'm not going for this, all that, and some IFSC code. So let's say HDFC something. I mean, this is not the way, but I'm just giving some example. So, oh, I forgot. I should have said somewhere account created successfully. No worries. Can you see this? The whole idea is the same. It is only the growable part. So you can see account number and the customer name, account type, the date of creation, opening balance, and the IFSC code. So you can see easily things are working. And let me just one of this. So suppose I say here, so let's say current, for example. Currently, I don't have the type base this. So let's see, and maybe the same branch. And you can check your immediately. I hope everyone is finding it pretty easy, pretty straightforward. So tell me. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, the whole idea about collection framework is collection framework brings you the ready-made implementation. And I'll say you have seen nothing so far. I mean, you have yet to see so many things. And I can't wait to show you maps, which is the most interesting thing. Anyway, one thing at a time. So people are clear. Oh, sorry. I did not do that. What was that? Case option? I forgot. I do you remember what was that? Case three, I guess. Yeah, three. I must have messed up. Okay. So application terminates. I'll change it right away before I forget. Okay. So now let's make this. This is pretty typical. You expect this and it works. So I would say not interesting, but hardly interesting. So now is the next one, which will start getting more and more interesting. And then you will start understanding the internals about ARList also. So this is the next one. And once you solve this, I'm telling you, you will have the idea, and rest remaining objectives are kind of, repetitive. So wait a second. So I'm writing here, and here I'm saying the brief. Okay. So this is my original objective. This is my real objective. But I'm saying, let me make it little easier for you. So accept account ID and don't display the account summary and all that. Just display, if the account exists, just display a word present or exists or something. Okay, present absent is fine. Display present or absent. So if the account is present, I need to see present, or otherwise I'll say absent. Is the requirement clear? Of course, nobody does it like this. People want to find, when you create an account, you use net banking, mobile banking and all, and you check your funds, you check your account summary. But that is a step 2. So let me just ask you for step 1. So my question to you all is, I hope you have got Java docs open. Can anyone tell me which is the method for this you want to use? Let's see if people are answering. Which is the method to use? Not seeing. This is okay. Okay, so people are saying contains index of. So I will go for the simpler variety. Here, let me ask you, do I need to find the index of first occurrence? Currently not. I just want a Boolean returning method. So which is a Boolean returning method? Contains. So here is the answer. This is a method of, I will never test your memory skills. You have Java docs. Okay, little bit of memorizing is required, but I'm giving you help. So what is the method here? Public Boolean contains. Is it object O or is it EO? E as in the type of the list. It is object O. And I hope it reminds you of something. Okay, so now if you have gone through my revision, or not my revision, some revision of yesterday, If you have gone through the discussion, I think you will understand, but there's no guarantee. I know that. So now let us say I'll ask for this enter account ID number. It's the same account number. Let's say enter account number, and so user has entered the account number. Can anyone type the next line? Ternary and all I can manage. We can manage. Just give me the next line, please. How will you use this method? Okay, so see, I already got the answer. So I think yesterday's efforts are paying off. Ashish is absolutely right. So, but since I don't know, because only he is the one he answered, I don't know about others. Others could be just lazy and not writing. But here, I will write something. You will tell me will it work or not? I'll write something. Contains method everyone knows. So what was it? Array list. So account list dot contains. And here I will simply pass. Okay, wait a second. Int account number is equal to, I'm writing in multiple steps so everyone understands. And here, if I say account number, oh, sorry, auto completion wrong. Okay, here. And here it's a ternary. So if it returns true, I'll print present. If it returns false, it will return me, I'll print absent. So tell me, there are two questions I'm asking. If I give the existing account number, what will it print? And when I give okay, first answer that. Suppose I have got, you remember you got some data here. So let us say, this is my data. I've got 101 and 10. Suppose I say 101. Okay, so what will it return? What will it answer? False, as in absent. Okay, people are saying present. That means you have forgotten it. Okay, the real answer is whatever I give, it is going to return me false, and false means what will get printed is the absent. And guys, I have already given lot of time, yesterday's time, lab time and all that. You should be always a little careful. When you see a warning, just don't ignore it. It is saying, like it was telling you yesterday, unlikely argument type int for contains on a collection of bank account. So tell me guys, what is it you are searching for? You are searching exactly. I see, that is why my efforts yesterday I hope are paying off. So you are searching for a bank account in the array list. So if you pass the account number, finally it is all based on equals method. So you have not, account number is what? Int. Int gets auto boxed into integer. So the equals method will get called on the integer class. But in that array list, other type is bank account. So tell me, is integer a bank account? Absolutely not. Incompatible types, so returns false. But you may not have understood a word. So first let us confirm whether it is as per the same, and then of course I will answer. And where is the answer? Answer as always in Java docs. So parallelly, if you want, you can open the contains method. It tells you everything. You just have to be little, rigorous in checking. So see this. I'm going to, of course, run it. So returns true for if the list contains a specified element. We'll say, yeah, we know that. But you should be a keen, as a developer, you should read more. More formally means it is telling you the internal. It will return true if and only if this list contains at least one element E. Anyone wants to tell me what is the type of E currently? So is it object, is it integer, or is it bank account? I hope you are giving me the correct answer. It's a object. You are saying no. Object is any object. It's currently what? It's a generic type, bank account. I'm iterating. I'm checking for the bank account. So here the E is going to be replaced by bank account. And in a minute I'll show you. This is all added after Java 8. There is a special class. I'm not talking about object. Are they saying object or objects? objects, and object classes equals method will internally call something. It is little bit complex, so just bear with the complexity, but I don't want to do that immediately. First, just check. I will definitely take that in a minute. So let me just, what I hate out of this most is adding data. So I'm just copying this. I'm just mentioning it as a sample data somewhere. Tomorrow, I'll show you techniques. Technique means just what? Hard coding the data. So one is this, so that I don't make mistakes and waste your time. Okay. Important point you focus on. Don't focus on unimportant things. Anyway, so now I hope you remember the code. Don't feel lost in the code. Here, this is using contains method printing either true or false, I mean present or absent, and we are so-called ignoring the warning. Let's see at least what happens. So here, an explanation will follow immediately. Okay, and another one, I'll just take the another data. You just maintain somewhere a sample data, becomes easier. So this is your another one. So observe carefully. I'm just saying first, oh, I forgot to add that option. We'll add that. So everyone can agree, everyone can see how many, okay, forget how many. What is the size of my array list currently? Simple question. Everyone knows it is 2. And is, I'm going to draw a memory picture before dispersing definitely. May not be too detailed, but at least sufficient detail. Coming back. So here, in the array list when we draw, are you going to show the bank account object inside the array list or outside? I or O, within or outside? I hope people are saying outside, because that is what I have prepared you for, array of references. And today we are just talking about array list of references. Collection is collection of references. So now let me just say 3 was that option, I guess. I hope. And if I say 10, you and me can see it is very much existing. See, it says absent. And then I say, for example, 3 again. What is that? 101, absent. Let's see whether it has got a reverse psychology or something. For example, I give something which is not existing. Still it says absent. Okay. So I hope everyone has understood there is some bug. And of course, the bug is not in their collection framework code. Bug is in our usage. Okay. So now, if you want, this is all you willing. You can draw quickly the array list memory picture. Looking at time, I will take you to level 1 today, and then we will develop it at level 2 and all that. So let me just say this. As usual, we add first, I want to write code, and then next to that, I want to show you the memory picture. So please open your, don't spoil your that collection framework overview. This is just a whiteboard, memory diagrams. Okay, so let me write this. And I'll show you in the memory picture what happens in a minute. And then we will say, suppose you have added, created, I am just using the same 2 accounts. Okay, just now I said create 2 accounts, and currently just focus on the primary key account ID. So one was created with account ID 10, and the other one was created with 101. Created 2 accounts with account numbers like this. Are you understanding this? In short, if you want to think in code, what is the thing? Account list. Mute yourself, guys. A1. Okay, forget A1. You'll say which A1 you're talking about. New bank account and some data. So okay, so that argument first is this. If you are lost when I'm writing the code, immediately speak up. And the other one is with 101. Are you clear with the code? Can you relate to the code which I had written? So this is it. Okay, this is it means this is what I want. And then I'm saying that other one. So what was that other code? That contains method. I need to show you how the contains method works internally. Otherwise, how will you use it? How can you use it? Like, for example, let me pick this up. I'm just putting it in one side, but you can understand that much. And here is the separate code, this code. Okay. And imagine that user gives you the account number as, let's say, 10. So these are my inputs. So now start drawing with me, hopefully parallelly, if you want, that is again, the memory picture. So where are we? We are on the first line. So anyone wants to tell me, when this line of the code is executed, what will be getting, which classes will get loaded in the method area? Object class is always there. So you can show that. But in addition to object class, which class will get loaded? Let's see what people are saying. Which class will get loaded? I'm not still seeing it here. I hope you are saying ArrayList class. Bank account doesn't get loaded. It is array, like how we used to say array of references. It is ArrayList of references. And reference type can be anything. So only thing which will get loaded, show it properly. As a collective thing I'm showing. The first one is object class. Then is your tester class, whatever that tester. I'm not mentioning that. Or if you want, you can mention that also. See, you launch Java followed by tester. So of course, tester class. And then mainly, today we are focusing on ArrayList class. Okay. So this is the outcome of the class loading. The JVM's class loading policy is what? Lazy, on demand. So it will load only these many. Now the most important thing is how to draw this array list. Nothing different than your array. Only the internal too many details I'll not show. So typically we draw it, typical memory pictures if you consider, we draw it horizontally. So what is the first slot always? Class pointer. Okay. And after that, how many slots would be there? Everyone knows it. What is the default initial capacity? 10. So you can draw a box here. And here. So here, this is your class pointer slot. You know this. Internally, the threshold capacity, length, size, everything is mentioned, but I'm not giving you that. And show simply the slots. So how many slots are you going to show here? Show the 10 slots, and all of them are currently filled with nulls. Anyway, you don't have to worry. It is not going to iterate over the capacity. It is simply going to iterate over size. So what is the size here? Size is 0. And how do we show this? You know this. So this is nothing but referring to your loaded ArrayList class. It is an instance of the ArrayList. Okay. And this returns you the reference as always. And that is your memory allocated on the stack. And this is what is referring to your ArrayList object. And I'm not written here null, but show all null because soon I have to scratch it and I have to show something. So this class pointer, and there will be some internal data members, threshold capacity, initial capacity and all that. But here I'm showing you array, like we had array of references, it is ArrayList of references. So at this point, the bank account class is not yet loaded. Now solve the next line. So when user wants to create the account, we come to this line. Always solve it from what? Inner to outer. So now tell me, when you say bank account instance is getting created, what will you show first? What should get loaded in the method area first? This is the time the bank account. Now bank account has so many things. You can continue seeing. Now I'm not drawing those ovals and all. We are little bit past that stage. So first show bank account class. If I forget something, you can always draw, or you can at least take it out. What is the things other this? It has string. You remember it's a IFSC and all that. So you have a string class. What else we have? bank has a, I'm sorry, bank account has a, there's a spelling mistake, ignore that, the enum. So what is the super class of all enums? You know enum class. What is the name of that enum? I think account type. So I think you can understand that much. And what else was there, I guess? Date, yeah. So date class also gets loaded. If I've forgotten something, do remind me. So all these are the has a relationship. Java dot this one Rohit, small correction, Java dot lang dot enum. The enum is from the lang package. Okay, yeah, simple date format also. You are very right. So because it's a static this, so simple date format, very well said. This also gets loaded. Like this is the thing. Now tell me, when you see this line, I'm just scrolling up. Here, bank account, where should I create this bank account object? Within this slot or outside? Everyone knows more than well. So please show that properly. This I'm not detailing today because I have really spent a lot of time in detailing it out. So I'm just showing just slots here, but they actually refer to enum type of object. Then it goes inside and all that. All those details not today. So now start having. So account number. Tell me, account number is primitive, value holder or reference holder? Value holder. So here I'm giving, I don't remember, maybe first one was 10. So here the value will be 10. This is a value holder. Now I have to really check my this thing. So now the customer name, type, creation date, reference types. Okay. So you can this. So will it hold a value or address? Address of what? Another string object which I'm skipping. So you can draw it yourself. We have drawn such graphs, deep graphs. Then is the type. So what is it? It's a enum type of reference. Enum is what? Special class. Then you have got a creation date. You don't have to, even if you just mention it in points, that is also good enough. And the next thing is your balance and like this. Okay, I'll just take the last one. Balance is a value holder. So suppose I start with a 5,000 balance, it will be here, and then there will be what I'll tell you, the IFSC code. So only one field is remaining. Might as well write it. I've not made it static. So non-static members are memory allocated in the heap. So this is your first one. I hope people are completely clear. And what is a collection? Collection is collection of references. So anyone wants to tell me now what this slot was holding null. So what will it hold now? It will hold the pointer, the reference to this. Are you understanding it? And for the clarity, I'm just calling it as A1. It's a account type of reference. So calling it as A1. So tell me, other than the growable part and other than the internal dynamic memory allocation, isn't it more or less the same as in array of references? You are looking at array list of references. I hope you are suitably clear. And when you add the another account, you can just show without wasting time. What you can show is another account object, right? Another copy, the class pointer pointing to, all this is pointing. What are these instances? These are the account. Oh, sorry. Where's my bank account? Yeah. So this is also pointing there. This is also pointing. You can see that bank account class and the same. So I'll not waste your time. I'll just mention account number equal to something like 101. And rest of the things you can just see whatever inputs user supplied. Are we clear so far? When with this memory picture, then explaining the iterator. When I say iterator passes over the element, or when you say add the element, when I say it shifts all the subsequent elements to the right and all, becomes very easy to understand, becomes easy to visualize. But that's not my concern today. My concern today is show you the working of contains method. And of course, followed by that, what is it, your index of, last index of, everything is similar. So Let's get there. So now, when you say contains, where I have got it? Only from Java docs. So now you have to open the Java docs along with your memory picture. So you know that it is going to call internally a method. I'm keeping everything in one picture, one diagram. So here, what it calls internally is, see this. The contains method is internally going to call objects classes, not object, objects classes equals, and here there will be O and, the argument. So just see this. So here, O is the element whose presence in this list is to be tested, and E is the element in the list. So I don't know whether you read that. See, it tells you everything. The argument, whatever you are passing, is the search key, whether this element exists. And what is E? E is nothing but the elements. So now answer the real question. So when this is getting called, can you tell me what will be O and what will be E? I'm taking a huge amount of time. And of course it is important. So anyone wants to tell me what will be in this case, in our case, what will be O and what will be E? Lost completely. O is the account number. Okay. So see, Prachi, you are saying not many of you could be lost. Wait, again read. So here it says it is going to return true if and only if this list contains at least one element E. So what is E? Is the element type. What is the list type in our case? Bank account. So E will be, what will be the data type, generic type of E? Bank account. And what is O? The argument which you pass to the contains method. Okay. I'll get this revised again, of course, in the whatever lab. But you can yourself revise. You don't require my help. Coming back. So in my case, in our case, what will be this? Okay, I'll just write it here. So here, O is going to be, as somebody had already answered, is it simple? What is it you are passing here? Account number. So account number. Now go deeper. It is in, but it is object type of reference. So it will be, what is it called? Auto boxed into integer. Okay. So account number is auto boxed into integer. And what is going to be E, guys? Anyone wants to tell me? Tell me something which I can relate to. E will be what? First is account number. Fine. What is the E? Yes, but can you take some names which I have drawn here? Okay, let me say this. This contains method internally is going to traverse through the entire collection. So can you tell me for the first iteration what will be E? Now can you guess? So what it will be? For the first iteration, what absolutely right. Sometimes the Zoom response is slow. You are fast, I'm not denying. So here it is, of course, even. So E is going to be, see the beauty. You don't have to iterate over the entire collection. You just have to be smart and let JVM do its stuff. But now the problem is, okay. Are you clear so far? So the argument is account. If you give the argument as account number, it is integer, auto boxed, and E is nothing but the data references in the collection. So suppose I've got 10 accounts, what it will be? A1, A2, A3 till A10, and you can imagine that much. But now guys, let me take you to next step. And next step is everything I like to do from the docs. And you should also. So now you have to see what is this objects class and all that. So immediately, I'm going to complete this and then only we are going to take this. So see this. This is your objects class, sorry. It's a utility class for operating on objects, checking conditions and all that. So don't waste your time and energy. Simply search for which method, forget deep equals. The method we are talking about is equals. Okay. See don't break the flow in your mind, because that is why continuation is so important. So I'm taking you slowly, step by step. So this is where objects equals method is called. And now the final deal. Returns true if arguments are equal, false, otherwise we'll say we know more than that. But here, what happens is, see, if the arguments are null, you won't get a null pointer. Java is smart. But if the so what it will return is false. Okay. But if the argument, are we giving in our code? Tell me, are we giving any null here or not null? Tell me quickly, not null. So don't fall into that null branch. But here, see this, read and digest it. I mean, you read it slowly. Read it literally slowly because I'm going to ask you the question. You read it from your own Java docs or my copy, whatever, and answer this, guys. In this case, in our current case, I have a question here. It's getting a little merged. Which classes, I like to call such this, which classes equals method is getting called? So anyone wants to tell me? I hope you are right. I am not yet seeing it. No. Wrong. Okay. You missed it. Integer. Somebody, Roshni is right. Whoever said integer is right. Here, see the whole story. I'll recap the whole story. Okay. First step, but let's do it fast. Otherwise, your lunch break will get delayed. Contains. This contains method internally calls which method? Objects equals. And first argument is whatever argument you supply, and then is the elements in the list. So I think you are all clear. I hope you are clear. O is nothing but the integer type of argument, and E is the account type of reference. So I did not have the space, so I did not write. Anyway, the color is changing. So here, this is calling, okay, let's say objects class is equal, and it is, you saw it. I don't know why you missed it. It is giving you, otherwise, if you don't give the null arguments, it is determined by using, equals method of the first argument. So tell me again, what is the first argument here? O. What is type of O? Integer. So again, give me the answer. Which classes equals method will get called? Here internally, integer classes equals method will get called, and it will get called. One is integer. See, make it simple. One is integer and one is what? What is the type of it, guys? I think everyone understands. So tell me, is integer a bank account? Absolutely not. So open integer classes equals method, and they will tell you if you are not passing another integer, it is going to throw you out. Throw you out means it is going to say false. Focus. This is the only cryptic thing in the array list. Rest all is smooth. And when I take you to hash map, even this is not required. Anyway, one thing at a time. So here, what is this objects equals calls? It calls the equals method on the first argument. So what is the data type of the first argument? Integer. So what is happening? You are calling equals. One argument is integer, one argument is bank account. So tell me, what will this equals method return consistently? You have two options. Wait. Don't go off track, Pallav. It is a serious discussion, little heavy discussion. It will continuously return you false consistently, because we used to say mango is not an orange, etc. So likewise, integer is not a bank account. So everyone, let us climb tiny steps one at a time. So now you do the reverse engineering, and so you can't change that. What you can't change is whatever argument you give here. If Abhijit, you are asking a question, you will have to wait because I'm in the middle of an important discussion. I'm not taking any questions far. Okay, so just give me time. Just give me 5 minutes. So if you say this is the argument, then integers equals method gets called. But now I'll give you a clue. Actually, what is it you are checking for equality? What is it you want to check for equality? Or simple question, What is the data type? What is the generic type of the list? It is a bank account. Are you understanding it? So where is the mistake? Where is the bug? What is the mistake? I have already people were saying this is the mistake. The argument which you have passed is a mistake. So tell me, whose equals method you want to call? We are have to write override. The list type is what? Bank account. So we will have to step back and override bank account classes equals method. Step 1. But that alone won't be sufficient. Why? Because again, if you give the wrong argument, whose equals method will get called? Answer is integers. So one integer, one account, again story same. So tell me finally, there are two things you will have to do. Which are the two things you'll have to do? First thing is identify primary key of your bank account and override the equals, which I hope everyone is fully clear with. And the second step is what is the type of the argument I'll have to pass to check the the compatibility? Of course, bank account. But that bank account, should it hold the entire account details or just the primary key, just the account number, just the account number? And how do you manage that? Anyone this? I think people are answering by adding. Yes, how do I manage that? Overloaded constructor. Isn't it the same? So yesterday, that is why I gave you, so much of practice. Just read it in the summary form and we'll do that. So read this slowly and we'll apply. So I'm going to do it step by step. I've given you only 2 steps. Only the first day things are always difficult. So I just wanted to give you the internals. So after making the changes, we will come back and read this. So looking at time, see what I'm doing. Observe same statements I had made yesterday. So let me add. Please don't tell me at this point we don't know how to override equals because that will be a setback. So I'm sure, I hope I'm taking this. Everyone in the middle of night can override the equals. I'm not saying source generate equals, write your own equals. Public boolean equals. Tell me, no errors are acceptable. Should I say bank account or should I say object or should I say integer here? What should be the argument here? Please, I'm not looking at what you're saying. Of course, it is the overriding form. Overriding means what? Same method signature. So object O. Okay. All this is ritual. All this is standard. Just for understanding, let me add in accounts equals. Okay. Done. Wait a second. Unblock. Okay. In accounts equals. And now ask yourself, what is the primary key? It is account number. I made it simple. Later, I'll make it composite by saying IFSC code and account number. Okay, but that's some other days. So account number. Tell me, account number is whatever primitive type or reference type. P or R. Simple questions. Primitive. So how should I test the equality? Double equal to or equals? Answer me. I hope everyone is saying double equal to. So it becomes so easy. Is downcasting required? Yes, because this is not a generic API. This is a non-generic method and I can't change anything. So of course, before downcasting, what is it you require? Always instance of checking. That's why guys, I have given you, so I hope I have given you sufficient practice. If it is, then only return by testing the equality. So one is this dot ID, this dot account number, double equal to. Account number is not a string, it's just a number, it's just an integer. And what was that? You downcast it. Now there is guarantee that you will never get into class cast exception. And what is it you are pulling down, casting down is O dot account number. And if it is not the instance of this, you can't do anything but return false. Are you getting this? But this is only half. What is the other thing I have to do? I have to take the bank account number which is given by the user, and then I have to give the overloaded constructor. Absolutely correct. So here, let's add a wrapping only primary key. So tomorrow my primary key definition changes. You'll have to make the changes in two places. One is equals and one is this constructor. So let me just generate it, guys. This is same as yesterday. Yes, other day was what was a vehicle scenario, your customer scenario. Today it is bank account. Concept is the same. So here I'm saying all of that. I'll just finish it in a minute. Don't worry, I'll not stretch it too much. Too much I said. So where is my constructor gone? Okay. So now this is done. This is added. And I'll not waste your time. I'll just verbally ask you the question. Is everyone clear what I did? What we did? What we did? We identified, ask yourself, what is a primary key? Accordingly, override the equals and use the overloaded constructor, override and overload, you know difference. Use overloaded constructor to wrap that primary key. So now the question being asked is, if I run this again, tell me, will it work or will it not work? Yes, I already got the answer from Akash. You are right. But I have a question. It will still not work. Tell me. See, because I have to satisfy everyone out of the group here. So again, you are missing the point. I mean, you are again messing up. So JVM will say, again, you are giving me the integer this. So I will again be blindfolded person and I'll simply call integer classes equals. In short, will your equals method get called? Absolutely not. So now I think everyone knows it. So here I'm writing it in multiple lines. You can always combine it in one. Somebody, Akash, I guess, had already given me that. So bank account A is equal to new bank account. Which constructor I should use? Single argument or all arguments? Of course, single argument. Customer has already created account. All it needs is a primary key. So account number is sufficient. And mainly, see this, what should I pass here is the account reference. And suddenly you will see that warning disappearing. Now compiler will say that, okay, you are thinking irrationally and your list type is what? Bank account. And what is it you are passing as this is a bank account reference. So this is all correct. This is all valid. So before I run it, which is 100% going to work, can you tell me now? Now, I don't have space here. I mean, no space here. So I'll just write it here. Give me a second. We have to understand before running it. After running also, you can understand, I mean, but better. Wait a second. So here. So now tell me, I have a specific question. So please answer that question. In this case now, JVM will call, okay, let's do all the steps. So what it will call? Objects dot equals. It's not object, it's objects dot equals O comma E. But what is O now? What is the argument? A. And what are the second argument is, it will be A1 for the first iteration, or it will be A2 for the second iteration, A3 and likewise. I said contains method internally calls objects classes equals method, objects classes. And what it will do, it will pass the first argument as A, that is whatever you have given. And what it will call internally is, see, I'm writing it completely so that nobody feels confused. First, it will call A dot equals A1. So if I suppose give the account number as 101, anyone wants to tell me what will it return? True or false? If I give the A1's account number is 10 and I give the 101, of course it returns false. Okay. So will it continue or will it stop searching? Of course it continues. So who is doing that iteration? Not you, JVM, the contains method. So then anyone wants to tell me what will be the next this? A dot equals, what is that? A2. Tell me. I'm looking for account number. My account number is 101 and here. So tell me now what it will return, true or false? True. And once it returns true, we will be printing our present correctly. Confirm. Am I done here? Yes, I'm just checking. Oh, I forgot to add that option, but I think people will understand that. So let me copy some code, not code, sample data. Okay, and here I'm saying again the next one. Okay, be clear. Always be clear here. Just a second. Please stand. So what is it I want is 3. Enter the account number. Let's say 10. So I have a question. How many times you will see the equals method getting called? It's a pretty easy question. How many times you expect? Of course, 2. For the first time, it will refer to this account ID 101. 10 is not equal to 101, so skips it. And second time, it says what is that? 10 and this 10 is same, so returns true. And then, of course, it is not going to search further. So this is the complete internal details about your contents. Actually, to be precise, to be honest with you, I wanted to take that index of also, but that I will delegate as a lab work. So looking at time, here is what I'm stopping at. Definitely your reading exercise includes, first do the revision and don't revise blindly. Open my tester class and from that you branch out to various classes. And whenever you get stuck, the only source is your Java docs. Read in detail the working and we'll discuss it further. Okay, so before I log off, any immediate questions? Any urgent questions here? Of course, you're going to take time. I never said collection framework is super easy. Lot of things are happening. Absolutely. That is what makes it interesting. Okay, that way. So, Rohit, why non-static nested class member can have non-static? I already explained it yesterday, Rohit. So talk to me once again in the lab. The moment you say static, anyone can access those static members just by writing outer dot inner dot member, and you lose that composition, you lose that tight coupling. That is the reason. Okay?
Ma'am, but then the data members are available now, so those could be accessed too.
No, but those are final. With final, it is what? Can you modify a final member? No, it's immutable.
Actually, I asked the same question yesterday to Suleiman sir, and he told something about virtual list.
No. I mean, I
gave-
am not aware because you can't just give. So why don't you take some enough information from him and then share? So the real reason is, as far as I understand it, it is because of the rule, the tight coupling and the composition. So as already stated, this is it. But like I said, we can extend this conversation in the lab. It is
Okay,
not
fine.
immediately
Yeah.
related with the collection, but you can definitely share what exactly he said, or if he directed you to a particular link, I will look at it and I can comment further. Okay?
Sure, ma'am. He actually gave a link. I'll forward it to you
Yeah,
later in the
you
lab.
can forward it to me
Okay.
on our group. We have a recently created group. Okay.
Oh, okay. Nobody
Yeah.
added me.
Hitendra, I'll take the detailed questions. It won't be this. This is not a complex way. This is the standard way. So here, which will return whatever you do, finally you are going to use Hitendra, the collection APIs. So you will end up using contains or index of or some such method, and they will definitely use this internally. If you say you want to use for each and match it with account number, I will tell you, then you are better off using the arrays. If you don't want to go for the simpler is not the word, simpler and powerful data structures, you have to understand a little bit about internals. Otherwise, you are already learned in arrays. In arrays, you can do anything because there are no ready-made methods. Okay. So if you want to use use the high-end API, advanced API, that is where you are learning it. That's my justification for it. Okay, so that will be all. Let us not drag it too much. Meet me in the lab session for more detailed questions and all that. That will be all. See you around. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you're most welcome.